Good morning and a warm welcome to all delegates, speakers, and audience present today in the R.I.S.E conference, which is Redefining Institutional Strategy for Excellence, the Rajasthan edition. I am Suchismita, a research analyst at QS IGAUGE, and I will be the event moderator for today. To initiate today's conference, I invite Dr. Ashwin Fernandez, Regional Director at QS for Middle East, North Africa, and South Asia, and CEO of QS iGauge, to give the welcome address. Welcome.
A very good morning and a warm welcome to the third edition of R.I.S.E, which is Redefining Institutional Strategy for Excellence. R.I.S.E is organized by QS iGauge, India's premier private sector education rating agency, and co-hosted by institutions in specific states of India. Our first season covers North India, and today is the third edition of R.I.S.E here in Rajasthan. We will be continuing to 3 more states and territories of India during this season. So watch out our website for further updates. We very recently concluded Punjab and Uttar Pradesh with a resounding success, reaching over 5,000 educators and leaders across these states. Today's session, I'm very excited to be announcing, is co-hosted by 2 elite, promising institutions of the state, Purnima University and NIMS University. So my thanks and appreciation to Mr. Rahul Singhi, Director at Purnima, and Professor Dr. Balbir Singh Tomar, President at NIMS University, for agreeing to lead this initiative. I've avoided the use of the word conference because R.I.S.E is not a conference, but a quality and excellence movement in the Republic of India. We want to bring back the glory days of Indian higher education to become the knowledge capital of the world. And this is definitely not possible without the involvement of every stakeholder and definitely every state playing a vital role. Quality and excellence are conjoined twins. They go together. They become a habit rather than an act. We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence then becomes part of our DNA. Excellence is a gradual result of always striving to do better, always aiming for the sky. So today, we embark on promoting excellence and quality in the state of Rajasthan. We have seen innumerable webinars, virtual events, conferences, and several Zooms and Skypes and team sessions which are deliberating on the daunting scenario COVID-19 has put us in. But at today's session, today's R.I.S.E event, today's R.I.S.E initiative, movement, we want to bring together leaders in higher education from the state of Rajasthan to connect with their peer groups, not just to discuss on the daunting scenario we are in, but to have an introspection of what we are currently doing and what is the way ahead, keeping in mind the benefit of our stakeholders, that is our current and future students. So with that, let me just add a few more statistics. Rajasthan is one of the fastest evolving states in India in the field of education that has seen many initiatives being launched across the board by the government. And the state has premier education hubs, and some of them I would name like Ajmer, Bikaner, Jaipur, Jodhpur, Kota, Udaipur, etc., which have become key education hubs. Rajasthan has 85 universities, the highest number of universities amongst all states of India, and about 3,900 colleges and standalone institutions, according to the All India Survey of Higher Education 2020 report. But what is the shocking fact is that we only have 1 institution from Rajasthan in the top 1,000 of the QS World University rankings, 4 institutions in the NRF national rankings, and about 7 institutions from Rajasthan in the various NRF subject rankings. In our very own QS iGauge global ratings, we only have 4 institutions which are either rated or in the process of getting rated. So besides the fact of higher education in Rajasthan showing a positive impact on the state and literacy rate, we are yet to see the drive to attain global standards take place, the desire to go beyond the status quo. Hence, today's session is so apt to ignite the desire, to fuel that patriotic spirit, to see India become a global higher education destination. And this can happen only one state at a time. I'm glad you're all here today and hopefully with one purpose, one mission to undertake overall quality assessment, assurance, and quality movement at your institution so that it reflects on national and global rankings, ratings, and other accreditations. And do not forget, QS IGAUGE is your partner in this journey as India's premier independent education rating and assessment body. So stay tuned for this insightful keynote speeches, interesting panel discussions, and an exciting higher education debate, which I will be moderating later. So without further delay, let us proceed with today's session of impactful discussions and so many keynote speakers which are coming in. So thank you so much for listening to me, and over to you, Suchismita.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ashwin, for the welcome address. I now invite Dr. Balveer S. Thoma from our co-host institution, NIMS University. Dr. Balveer S. Thoma is currently serving as a chairperson and chancellor of NIMS University, a professor of pediatrics who has also received multiple national and international awards for his scientific research work and outstanding contribution in the field of health, education, and social work. A very warm welcome, Dr. Balveer.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to congratulate QS iGauge India and in particular to Dr. Ashwin Fernandez for this excellent initiative to conduct RISE series by QS India and at present at Rajasthan. Thank you very much. And I also give my invitation and also give thanks for the dignitaries, speakers, and audience which are connected here with, and few of them like Dr. Ashwin Fernandez, CEO, QS IGAUGE, Mr. Rahul Singhvi, co-founder and director of Purnima Group, Dr. Suchi Sharma, IAS, former secretary, Higher and Technical Education, Government of Rajasthan, Mr. Surjaram Meel, chairman, Swami Keshavanand Institute of Technology, Professor Dr. Sandeep Sancheti, provost, Marwadi University, Dr. H.S. Rana, biomedical scientist and professors, South Holland at Netherlands, and Dr. H.S. Rana, principal director, Institutes of Public Administration, Mr. Anthony R. Williams, education consultant, Victoria University, Australia, Mr. Sachin Kumar, associate director, client relation, QS iGauge, Anil Purohit, founder, president, and CEO, Jodhpur School of Public Health. Mr. Anupam Gupta, co-founder and head of US Operations, Cerebral Technology. Dr. Rajesh Kothari, president, ICFAI University, Jaipur. Professor Neeraj Gupta, vice chancellor, Central University of Rajasthan. Dr. Ashwin Fernandez, CEO, QS iGauge. Dr. Pankaj Singh, Director, NIMS University, Rajasthan. Dr. S.C. Pedhe, President, Purnima University. And Sachin Kumar, Associate Director, Client Relation, QS iGauge. And all other dignitaries and all other attending here and all the students and the education providers. Thank you very much for attending this meeting and conference. This RISE, the Redefining Institutional Strategy for Excellence, is a kind of initiative by QS iGauge, which provides a platform for the leaders in higher education to connect with their peer groups and discuss the current situation of education in their state and do the brainstorming on the idea of quality of education. As we all know, and QS is the world leading provider of services and analytics to the global higher education sector, therefore providing the higher educational excellence. Throughout the COVID-19 outbreak, QS has, especially the QS iGauge, has transitioned their event offering on online, ensuring that institutions across the world are still able to connect with talent across the globe. Many congratulations to QS iGauge, and my friend Dr. Ashwin Fernandez, who was taking so pain to going all abroad and then all over the state in India, especially La Paz. He told that he has gone through the Punjab and the Uttar Pradesh and now in Rajasthan. So I congratulate him for this wonderful task during tough time of the COVID. Due to the globalization and sudden disruption because of the pandemic, access to education emerged as the single largest challenge for the education providers and education seekers. So I call upon all the stakeholders of education system to redefine this strategy to bring access in forefront than excellence and impact. I'm sure the national education policy announced by the government of India will provide a roadmap for steps to be taken to improve the current situation in higher education in country and in particular to Rajasthan. Ability to attract the quality faculty criteria, either creating a liberal campus environment where young minds bloom, focusing on content and pedagogy are some essential ingredients of world standard higher education institutions. India has a rich history, and we all know a par excellence institutions of higher educations from ancient times were existing and existed in India, like Takshila, Vikramshila, and Nalanda. Earlier, we were imparting quality education, and now we have to attain excellence in infrastructure, faculty, innovation, research, and teacher training. Research is the backbone of every higher education, so the institution must identify the emerging research areas. Higher education institution should provide an environment to students where they can discuss and demonstrate out of the box ideas. So, like with this initiative, like RISE is an important for the state of Rajasthan because Dr. Ashwin Fernandez has given the data of education ranking in Rajasthan. So, with this, Rajasthan needs more improvement, and Rajasthan as higher education is on intersection on transformation. A lot of hobbies there, but still we are behind as compared to many states in getting different rankings. So we wish that this conference, these discussions with renowned speakers will help people of Rajasthan, especially both the education providers and education seekers, and also the government also. With this, I give a lot of thanks. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for the inspiring welcome address with highlighting few insights and setting the context for today's event. I now invite Mr. Rahul Singhi from our next co-host institution, Purnima University. Mr. Rahul Singhi is the co-founder of Purnima University and the director of the Purnima Group India. As an edupreneur, he has always been empowering young minds and underprivileged children and believes in the ideology of giving back to the society via educating students. Over to you, Mr. Rahul.
Thank you, Suchusmita. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to this RISE conference, which is a very unique initiative by QS iGauge. And I thank all the organizers for giving us the opportunity to co-host it with NIMS University. And today is a very important day for all of us because this is one of a kind conference where you would be listening to varied profile of speakers who have some connect with education and lots of connect with Rajasthan. All these speakers today who are speaking are very well connected to Rajasthan, even if they are settled out of India or they are settled out of state, but their roots are from Rajasthan. So nobody else would be, would fit in this situation. And as far as Purnima University and QS iGauge is concerned, then I would like to say that quality is a future, and एक कहावत होती है, the survival of the fittest, and I think in future only those institutions will remain who are delivering quality education. And by quality education, not just the classroom teaching, but the overall 360-degree overall development of a particular student and all the stakeholders, which are parents, faculty members, researchers, scholars, like these. So this is a wonderful opportunity for you all, and I'm sure you'll have a lot of takeaways. I am looking forward to the debate. I'm looking forward to the panel discussion, because a lot of new fresh ideas would be popping in, and there are friends from Australia who would be joining us, and they will definitely give a different perspective of education. As rightly said by Ashwin in the initial speech, that Rajasthan is one of the biggest state in terms of number of colleges and universities. And you won't believe, Rajasthan, in particularly Jaipur city, is the second highest city in terms of number of degree colleges in a particular city after Bangalore. So we should be proud of ourselves that we have a lot of institutions, we have a lot of organizations who are imparting education, but at the same time, quality is a benchmark that we need to follow. There is a panel discussion, benchmark internationally and implement locally. So we follow the same at our institutions as well, and we expect all the institutions to take examples and standards from global, top-notch universities, and try to implement those in their local setup. So I wish you all the best, and I thank all of you for patiently listening to us, and happy conference, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rahul, for such an interesting address. It is now time for an interesting keynote address on innovation will make India a superpower by Dr. H.S. Rana. Dr. H.S. Rana is currently serving as a principal director with an overall experience of 43 years at Institute of Public Administration. He has conducted more than 1,000 training programs and workshops on several areas such as reservation and services, land management, prevention, prohibition, and redressal of sexual harassment, and the RTI Act 2005. A very warm welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. I am here to share my views on innovation. Indianness will be recognized by our innovation only. For that matter, a country, a nation, is determined by 5 elements: language, literature, culture, society, and philosophy. And we had enjoyed supremacy in all these fields. Up to Mughal period, we had. Even in 18th century, French used to refer to India. They used to refer all the subject matter in the field of astronomy. And you will be very pleasantly surprised that India only has given 0. The counting starts. India has given decimal, mathematics of your astronomy, astrophysics. So those were the days when India commanded high respect. But unfortunately, there has been a fall in walks of all these 5 fields. Now, copying period is going on. Everything is copied, whether it's a language, it's a literature, it's a society, it is culture, or it is philosophy. And this copying culture will take you nowhere. If you want to stand out on your feet, if you want to stand out in the crowd, if you want to break away from the commonplace, you have to do innovation. I appreciate an ambassador from Vietnam. He comes to India and straightway he goes to Maharana Pratap Samadhi, salutes there. And we in India don't find Maharana Pratap's name in the textbook. So first thing, we have to improve our education system. More than 40,000 degrees are awarded every year, PhD degrees, by University Grant Commission. And the life of those degrees, on an average, is 5 years. Thereafter, they are kept in the shelf and no utilization at all. So this bookish knowledge will not contribute to the growth and to bring that charm back. So what we have to do? First thing, we have to improve our education system. In quantity, you have got a lot of things. But what about quality? We have our national heroes, Shivaji Maharaj, Maharana Pratap, Tipu Sultan, Maharaja Ranjit Singh. There are so many national heroes who are considered and even remembered today with great reverence. But no textbook has accommodated their life history at all. And if you go into the detail, conduct deep, discrete probe into this, you will find a reason that why we are not coming up to the standard in Olympics. It's a lack of nativity, nationality, Indianness. This Indianness only will bring back the lost glory. So there should be innovation in the curriculum of all the schools, all colleges, all university system, and all these great things should be entered into. In the field of philosophy, we had Aurobindo, we had Shri Ravi Shankar, and philosophy of India is very unique. We believe in karma, we believe in dharma. And the only watchword of Indian philosophy, Aham Brahmasmi, Main hi Brahma hu. The entire world follows this Guru Mantra, but we have completely forgotten. So this has to be re-christened in a proper form, and this has to be regenerated. Literature. No poet in the world can match Kalidas. No poet. Contents, style, language, selection of words, etc. and his contribution. But if you see the syllabus from primary school to degree level, Kalidas finds no place at all. We are copying P.B. Shelley, Shakespeare, William Words. Those poets are, their life history, their works are taught in India. But what about our works? Kalidas has been ignored very badly. Until you bring him home, you will not come to the fore of real treasure of Indian literature. There may be so many Guru Rabindranath Tagore in India. They have done beautiful job. But history has ignored them. Historians have ignored them. They don't find place in any textbook. So education requires a complete overhaul. Complete overhaul till you bring perfect revolution in education, you cannot. And you cannot survive in the field of innovation. I must confess and I must say that India has progressed well, very well. We had those days of 1962, and we have seen droughts in India, but India has done good progress. However, India was considered a golden bird. And India has got all the resources, India has got all the manpower, India has got all natural resources. So why can't we stand out in the crowd again? Why can't we achieve that? Why we should not endeavor to achieve all those old standards? And it's a question of determination of mind. Once you decide that you have to innovate in all the fields, and you will forget about copying everything. Copying culture is killing India. You see the movies, frame, dialogue, scene, everything is copied. Indian cinema has come out of age, and it has progressed very well. We have produced very good movies, but again, copying culture is coming. So we have to stop, we have to put a full stop on this copying culture, and we have to innovate. Research and development only can bring India to the fore. India has got all 5 essential ingredients to become a superpower of the world. It's a question of realigning them. And this is the duty of all these universities. They are giving for more than 40,000 degrees in a year. So they should impress upon, they should earmark that degree will be given which has got some element of innovation. Till you come to this fore, India cannot become superpower, and it will be very difficult for survival. So to become the superpower of the world, innovation is a must in all walks of life, whether it's a defense production, whether it's a country's defense, whether it's a vigilance or it's a border defense, security, agriculture. You take any walk of life, innovation is must. And if you follow this innovation for a period, not more than 10 years, you will reshape it. India will have total revolution, and India will regain its old, that is lost glory. Again, India will become superpower of the world. Even today, there are people available in India who has got that determination, that will to innovate, but they are required to give a proper place. Innovation requires your initiative. So decide today, resolve today that whatever we have been doing, it's okay to survive, to maintain, it's okay. But you have to stand out in the crowd. For that, you have to innovate. And for innovation, first, you should resolve that yes, we will get patents. How many universities are getting patents? Proper allocation of research and development is not given. Syllabus are to be recalculated. All these important subjects covering language, literature, culture, society, philosophy, spirituality. Indian spirituality is the supreme one. India can become guru in the field of your this thing. In the field of spirituality. India is only country where people believe in they have got complete faith in their doings, their deeds. And their ethos teaches us. So the concept of Aham Brahmasmi, concept of yoga, pranayam, concept of meditation has to be proper. Art of living and art of medicine can take you to the top stage. These two things have come of late, art of living, very good concept, and it is very much required for everybody. Art of living, art of yoga, art is very important thing. We have got everything, but it is to be rearranged. We are sleeping Hanuman. We are to be told that, look, get up. Now this is the time to stand out and do. Show your worth. And if you do this, if you progress in all these important walks of life, India will prosper and India will retain its old glory. I'm 100% confident that we have got that superpower. We have got the person who have got determined. You give a task force that you have to do this, or they do it without any second thought, without any reservation. They do it and they deliver it. All impossible tasks, we have done it. And we have shown in the past that we are second to none. So the only requirement of the time is innovation. Innovation will lead us, innovation will make this country a super country. And I'm for it. Wherever you can contribute, you start. Charity begins at home. So you start at your universities, you can contribute. Please remember, it is one who can make, it is one who can break. So you become that one who is going to make this country, this nation, a great nation, a superpower. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rana, for sharing such a valuable insight on the importance of quality education and making India a superpower through innovation. We now have an esteemed group of speakers coming together for the next session, which is a panel discussion on the topic Benchmark Internationally, Implement Locally. I take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Sachin Kumar, Associate Director, Client Relations at QS IGAUGE, who will be moderating this session.
Thank you, Suchushmita. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this panel discussion on a very interesting topic benchmark internationally, implement locally. QS as an organization is known and respected across the world for setting up international benchmarks in higher education space. And this has been a constant endeavor to help the institutions in the continuous improvement of quality standards. As envisioned in the new education policy 2020 as well, we are striving to build an education system that is rooted in Indian ethos, that contributes directly to transforming India, that is Bharat, sustainably into an equitable and vibrant knowledge society by providing high quality education to all and thereby making India a global knowledge superpower. And in order to achieve the goal in a time bound manner, it is also imperative to redefine the strategies adopted by the various colleges, universities, and other higher education institutions to achieve excellence, which is at par with the international best practices. So during the session, we'll deliberate on various aspects, challenges, and way forward for Indian higher education institutions when it comes to adopting international benchmarks. And with me, I have a very diverse set of panel members who come from different domains within the higher education space, and they will help us in further understanding the topic from various angles. So I'll now introduce them one by one and request them to join us on the screen. So first, I would like to invite Dr. Hari Shankar Sharma. Professor Dr. Hari Shankar Sharma is currently affiliated to University Medical Center Amsterdam. Dr. Sharma studied biological sciences at AMU Aligarh and received PhD degree from VP Chest Institute, New Delhi. We welcome you, Dr. Sharma, and we are looking forward to listening to your views on this topic. Our next panel member is Mr. Anthony Rees Williams. Mr. Williams is an education consultant and retired project director, Victoria University, Australia. Mr. Williams is based out of Australia and he has had the opportunity to work in the education space in many countries of the world, including India. So I'm sure, based on your experience, you can bring in a different perspective to this topic altogether, and we are looking forward to listening to you as well. Our next panel member is Mr. Surjaram Meel. Mr. Surjaram Meel is the chairman of Swami Keshavananda Institute of Technology, Management and Rajasthan, that is SKIT, one of the prominent private college that we have in Rajasthan. The college was established in the year 2000 by technocrats and managers Society for Advanced Learning. Welcome, Mr. Meal. Thank you for joining us today. Our next panel member is Dr. Sandeep Sancheti. Dr. Sancheti is a well-known name in Indian higher education. He holds a PhD from Queen's University of Belfast, UK, an MSc Engineering from DTU Delhi, and BTech from NIT Warangal. He is currently the Vice Chancellor, Provost at Marwadi University, Rajkot, and also the past President of Association of Indian Universities, that is AIU. Welcome, Dr. Sandeep Sancheti. So we are really delighted to have you all with us today, and we are all are looking forward to listening to your views on this. So without much delay, I'll straight go into the points of deliberation which are relevant to this topic. So first, I'll come to you, Dr. Sancheti, since I mean you have had the opportunity to work and lead the government, central government funded education institutions, NITs. Then you worked with some of the newly established private universities, and then you have also had the opportunity to work with one of the largest private university that we have in the country. So basis on your experience, and we always keep talking about international benchmarks and the ways in which Indian higher education can adopt them. So how should we actually interpret international benchmarking of higher education institutions in Indian context? And of course, if at all we should, then what all particular measures, or say what all particular parameters or functions we should focus upon while we are doing that? Dr. Sancheti.
Thank you, Mr. Sachin, for nice introduction and also the opportunity to open the discussions. Also thankful to QS and the Purnima University and also NIMS for conducting this event. Very happy to see distinguished colleagues on the dais, particularly Surjaram Meal Saab, Professor Sharma, also Professor Williams, and everyone. It will be a great discussion, I believe, to learn a lot. One thing which I'd like to add to my introduction is I belong to Rajasthan, the context in which you are trying to discuss the quality today. So I'm very happy that I'm able to share my views. Now, you have said something about the international benchmarking and also the context in which it can be seen in India or maybe seen in Rajasthan or anywhere in any given state. I must say that benchmarks are generally subjective or should be subjective. One size fits all probably is not the answer in this kind of a diverse world. The expectations which an institution would have from itself can be different, and the expectations a student can have can also be very, very different. I may come from a rural background. I'm just keen to look for a reasonable job. That's my aspiration to begin with, because I come from a very ordinary background. I think institutions should first fulfill that, not necessarily that it pushes me into doing the research or very high level research. And then I find that I'm not fit for the jobs which are currently on offer. The point I'm trying to make can be suitably be supported by one thing. And that one thing is, suppose I have to benchmark my electronics today. I would say I will benchmark it electronically. Everything in the world of electronics today, whether my laptop or my mobile or any other chip or gadget which is there, generally is universal. But suppose, on the other hand, I have to benchmark my environment today. Environment means air, water, land, soil, whatever it is. I don't think so I can benchmark that against anything in Europe or anything in America or Australia for that matter. It has to be local. So I think I've given you the context that there are certain things which will go local. There are certain things which have to go global. We cannot say which is the perfect fit. And the perfect fit for me would be the one which is possibly tailored for a given set of conditions. So India, fortunately, has tailored. Indian higher education has a huge mass. Today, we have 1,000 universities. I'll not go into all those numbers, 40,000 plus colleges. And the GER is going up like crazy now. And next 15 years, it will be doubled with the increased base. So you can understand that India by itself can be an equivalent to Europe or any other continent in terms of numbers to define what the rankings should be. Fortunately for us, QS has helped us by going into QS IGAUGE. I think this was done something like 4 years back, if I'm not wrong. Ashwinji can correct me, or you can correct me. And that was a benchmarking tailored for India. So you yourself have given an answer that while you look at the parameters from the international context, you still try to do it in the local context, which is there. Now, looking at that, what you have done or others have done, I think the government of India, the people in academic world in India in leadership have also done their bit. For example, NAC was a fairly good example of benchmarking, but it was not a ranking, it was a rating only. So I'm not differing between what is ranking and rating and which is superior. But yes, personally, my view is the rating stands for a long time, or I have an inkling towards rating rather than ranking, which are very, very dynamic, and which anyway differentiates between, if you have 91.1 marks and I have 91, it differentiates both of us. Whereas in my opinion, that differentiation should not happen. So in that sense, I would also like to say that Government of India also started NIRF, which is now very well received. Institutions are aspiring for NIRF ranking. Institutions are also trying to make sure that the domain-specific rankings, whether it is in architecture or engineering or management or law or medical, are also being followed. And slowly it is telling you or telling all of us what are the parameters to look at, how to improve your education delivery, its performance, its measurements, its outcomes, whatever which are there. And therefore, I would say that the benchmark should be changed in a given context. You may call it the goalpost is changing. I don't mind. The goalpost will be according to the size of the football ground or the cricket ground or whatever hockey ground it may have. Every ground cannot be the same measurement as we see in most of the matches here and there in the world, particularly in cricket and also in football. And therefore, I would say that the goalpost should be defined differently in different contexts. One example I'd like to give to you is in Indian context, internationalization can be akin to having admissions from all the 28 or 29 or 30 states. We have redefined those numbers. Right now we are 28, but we had 29. So, and maybe some of the union territories. So if my value can be counted that I have students from 30 states or at least from 70-80% of the states of India, I think I should be given high marks because India is more or less internally equivalent to an internationalization, particularly in the context of Europe. Similarly, if I'm doing my publications, you know that you give higher weightage to publications which are joint publications between institutions or organizations. In India, once again, it has to be seen in a very, very different way, that if it is an interstate collaboration, you give a higher weightage. If it is within the state or within institution, it can be slightly different. And the last example I'd like to give to you for the context of what we call the internationalization and the Indian context, I will say that as long as international agencies keep Nobel laureates, for example, as a benchmark for international rating, Indian institutions will not come up. Even if they come up, it will take a long time. And therefore, the benchmarks, by design or by choice or by chance, whatever one may say, will probably ensure that Indian institutions will not necessarily get higher rankings just because of such parameters. But on the other side, Indian products, Indian undergraduates, be it from IITs or ICERs or NITs, or maybe some postgraduates also from management institutions or some specific institutions, are like hotcakes. They are being absorbed left, right, and center in the international domain by industries as well as institutions. So there is nothing absolutely wrong with us. Only thing is we have to track ourselves in a certain manner so that we also aspire to become better in rankings and do certain things which we can measure and qualify in presenting what we are. And obviously contextualizing in our own reference would be something very important. So that's my immediate take, Mr. Sachin. I hope I have tried to justify and answer what you had asked me, but I'm available for more questions as and when time permits. Thank you.
Sure, very well said, Dr. Sancheti. I mean, though we can talk about international benchmarks, but we need to keep in mind the local conditions as well. It has to be customized, and of course, India is a is a we have so many states and so many diverse cultures, so that we if we get students from even all the states, that is equivalent to getting students from all of the Europe or even more than that, in fact. And Taking this point forward, I'll now come back to you, Mr. Surjaram Meel. Being the promoter of an institute, you are running an engineering college in Rajasthan, a prominent private engineering college, and as Dr. Sancheti mentioned that we need to consider the local conditions. So probably the kind of students which you may be getting, or say even other tier 3 kind of cities, the institutions which are located in rural areas are getting, maybe the requirements are a bit different, and probably the outcomes which are expected from the institutions are also a bit different. So I would like to understand your point of view as what are the challenges that the colleges particularly face when it comes to adopting international benchmarks, or say quality benchmarks in general, and what are the particular outcomes which you are focusing upon. Mr. Surjaram Meel.
थैंक यू सचिन। मैं सबसे पहले तो सचिन आपसे परमिशन चाहूंगा हिंदी में बात करने की, क्योंकि मैं रूरल को मैं बिलोंग करता हूं और अभी कोविड के टाइम में मैं 6 महीने से ज्यादा वापस 40 साल बाद में जयपुर से गांव में जाके रहा हूं, और संचेती जी ने मेरी बात को सपोर्ट किया है। तो मेरे पास कुछ वो डाटा आज मैंने आपके इसी से निकाले कि हिंदुस्तान में मोर देन 1000 यूनिवर्सिटीज है, मोर देन 50,000 से ज्यादा कॉलेजेज है, जिसमें से 420 मतलब 400 प्लस यूनिवर्सिटी रूरल एरिया में है, और कॉलेजेज में 60,000 प्लस स्टूडेंट रूरल एरिया से है। मैं गांव में, मेरा जो गांव है गंगानगर जिले में, वहां पे 30 साल पुरानी एक इंस्टीट्यूट चलाता हूँ, चैरिटेबल इंस्टीट्यूट चलाता हूँ, बिल्कुल रिमोट एरिया के अंदर। मेरे बड़े ब्रदर की डेथ हुई, हमने वहां की जमीनें ट्रस्ट बना के जमीन डाल दी। 3000 मोर देन वहाँ स्टूडेंट, रेजिडेंशियल फॉर गर्ल्स एजुकेशन मेनली हम वहाँ प्रमोट कर रहे हैं। 30 साल से ज्यादा हम चला रहे हैं, और रेजिडेंशियल है वो पूरा रिमोट एरिया 100%। उसमें केजी से लेके पीजी तक क्लासें हैं सारी, और गांव के आदमी को रोजगार कैसे मिले उनका भी हम ध्यान रखते हैं। खैर, आप जैसे लोगों से जुड़ के, और 2000 में हमें जयपुर में एक इंस्टीट्यूट डेवलप करके आप लोगों के साथ मिलकर, आप लोगों के सहयोग से चलाने का मौका मिला, तो गांव के आदमी को खोने को कुछ नहीं है। हम गेन ही कर रहे हैं, हम आप लोगों से गेन ही कर रहे हैं। आपने मेरे को, और राहुल ने, आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी ने जो मेरे को आप जैसे इतने सीनियर लोगों के साथ मिलकर बात करने का मौका दिया, तो मैं तो अपने आप में संचेती साहब धन्य हो गया, ये मैं ऐसा मानता हूं। और मैं कुछ ना कुछ आपसे सीख ही जाऊंगा, और मैं नेक्स्ट डे से मेरी इंस्टीट्यूट में मेरा जो भी मैं जितना कर रहा हूं एजुकेशन के लिए, उसमें मैं एनहांस करूंगा, आपसे सीख के जाऊंगा। बट अभी डॉक्टर रैना साहब की जो बातें मैंने सुनी, मुझे बहुत अपील करी। मैं सबका नाम नहीं लूंगा, टाइम नहीं खराब करूंगा, बड़ा लिमिटेड टाइम है। मैं आपको लेस देन 5 मिनट, 3 मिनट में खत्म करने की कोशिश करूंगा। बट मैं आपको जो मेरे को बात दिल में अपील करती है वो मैं जरूर बोलूंगा। ना मेरे पास लिखा हुआ है, ना मैं सोचता हूँ, मौके पे डिसीजन लेता हूँ, मौके पे बोलता हूँ। सब लोग आई थिंक समझ जाएंगे। एक डॉक्टर विलियम सर है, वो शायद नहीं समझ पाएंगे, तो उनको आप मेरी बात बता देना बाद में, कोई बात नहीं। मैं जब भी पूर्णिमा यूनिवर्सिटी में मेरे खास दोस्त शशिकांत जी को फोन करता हूँ, और अब राहुल को फोन करता हूँ, तो एक स्लोगन आता है उनके, एक स्लोगन आता है, उसमें एक संस्कार वर्ड आता है, संस्कार।
जी।
मैं ये मानता हूं लाइफ में संस्कार से ऊपर कुछ नहीं है। मैंने एक बहुत बड़ी यूनिवर्सिटीज की कॉन्फ्रेंस में भाग लिया था, 3 दिन तक यहाँ क्लास आमेर होटल में वो चलिए। तीसरे दिन मेरे को बोलने का मौका मिला, तो मैंने कहा आपकी बातें हमारे को समझ में नहीं आ रही है, सारी बातें हमारे ऊपर से जा रही है। 3 दिन से मैंने संस्कार के ऊपर किसी भी टीचर को बोलते हुए नहीं सुना। हमारे मुल्क में आज भी पूरी दुनिया से अच्छे संस्कार हैं, इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है। पूरी दुनिया के टॉप क्लास लीडर हमारी कंट्री के हैं, वो बिना संस्कार के वहां तक नहीं पहुंचे हैं। संचेती साहब, मैं ये चाहूंगा, आप बड़ी बड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी तो करते हैं, और मैं SKIT में कोशिश करता हूं जब भी मेरे को मौका मिलता है। मैं कोई टेक्निकल आदमी नहीं हूं, मैं उसमें किसी पे नहीं बोलता हूं, लेकिन मैं संस्कार की बात करता हूं कि पेरेंट्स ने बच्चों को SKIT को हैंड ओवर कर दिया, तो आप सीख लेंगे, पढ़ लेंगे, टीचर अच्छे हैं, एनवायरमेंट हम आपको दे रहे हैं, आगे आप इंटरनेशनली पूरी दौड़ लगाओ, लेकिन संस्कार जीवन में काम आएंगे। वो मिसिंग है हमारे सिस्टम में। ये बात यहाँ हुई। अब इंटरनेशनल बेंचमार्क की बात आती है, उसके बिना हम आगे नहीं जा पाएंगे, बिल्कुल नहीं जा पाएंगे। मैं थैंक्स बोलूंगा पूर्णिमा यूनिवर्सिटी और हमारे दोस्त डॉक्टर वी एस तोमर साहब को, जो इन्होंने इतनी बड़ी ये ऑर्गेनाइज की है वेबिनार और ये सिस्टम सारा, जो हमें कम से कम जगा रहे हो आप कि यहाँ से काम नहीं चलने वाला है, दुनिया में आगे बढ़ना पड़ेगा। हमारे जो बच्चे हैं उनको हमने बहुत आगे ले जाना है। डॉक्टर राणा की बात से मैं सहमत हूँ कि पोटेंशियल सारा यही है, रॉ मटेरियल सारा यही है। मैं आपको बताऊं, हमारे गांव में जो स्कूल है उसमें एक लड़का साधारण स्कूल का किसान वहां खेती करता है, उसका लड़का हमारे स्कूल में पढ़ा और एयरफोर्स के अंदर आज वो पायलट है। वो स्कूल में जब अपने स्कूल में आया बच्चों से, टीचर से मिलने, तो एक बच्ची ने उससे ऑटोग्राफ मांग लिया, उसकी आंख में आंसू आ गया। पूछा क्या बात हुई, तो बोला मैं एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर सकता। एक गांव में खेती करने वाला आदमी आज एयरफोर्स लेके उसी इंस्टीट्यूट के ऊपर से एयरफोर्स का प्लेन लेके फ्लाई करता है, देश की सुरक्षा के अंदर आज वो लगा हुआ है। सब कुछ पॉसिबल है। हमारे एक कर्नल साहब वहां पे डायरेक्टर आए कुछ दिन के लिए, तो उन्होंने आर्मी के अंदर और ये सारी चीजें जो स्किल डेवलप करी वहां गांव में, सारा पोटेंशियल गांव में है, कहीं कोई कमी नहीं है। हमें बेंचमार्क को पकड़ना पड़ेगा, उसके बिना हम आगे नहीं बढ़ सकेंगे। हम हमारे यहीं तक रह जाएंगे तो कुछ नहीं होगा। संजय जी साहब, 20 साल पुराना हमारा कॉलेज है, 21वें साल में एंटर किए हैं। 6 स्ट्रीम है हमारे पास, 6 में से 5 एक्रेडिट ब्रांच है हमारी सारी। मल्टीपल टाइम ब्रांच हमारी एक्रेडिट होगी। जिस दिन 99 में कॉलेज की नींव लगाई उस दिन पेड़ लगाए, वो पेड़ बहुत बड़े हो गए। हर साल मैं पेड़ लगाने की जगह ढूंढता हूँ। डॉक्टर सुराना जी हमारे सर्वे सर्वा है वहाँ, आगे पीछे भी टीम पूरी आ रही है। मैं आपसे ये मतलब कसम खा के कह सकता हूँ कि मैंने 20 साल में किसी टीचर को सिफारिश नहीं करी कि इसको आपको कॉलेज में रखना है, इसको निकालना है, कुछ नहीं, कभी नहीं। मैंने कसम खा रखी है। मुझे इसके लिए बहुत झूठ बोलना पड़ता है, लेकिन मैं उस इंस्टीट्यूट में कंप्रोमाइज नहीं कर सकता कभी भी। डॉक्टर सुराना जी को आप पूछ सकते हैं, कभी हम उनको ये नहीं कहते आपको ये करना है वो करना है। हम इस डिपार्टमेंट के आदमी नहीं है। हम आपको फैसिलिटी प्रोवाइड करेंगे, लेकिन ये हमारी इच्छा है कि एसकेआईटी का नाम दुनिया में रोशन होवे। हमारा मकसद एजुकेशन सिर्फ सोसाइटी को कुछ देने का है। ईश्वर ने हमें दिया, वो हम आगे ट्रांसफर करके हम आगे डॉक्टर विलियम साहब के वहां पहुंचाना चाहते हैं, डॉक्टर राणा साहब के सपनों को साकार करना चाहते हैं। हमें थोड़ा सा मौका मिला तो आज एसकेआईटी के स्टूडेंट सारी दुनिया में है। दूसरा मैं ये सोच रहा हूँ कि हमें इस कोविड ने बहुत कुछ सिखाया है। अभी जो ये वर्चुअल बड़े बड़े प्रोग्राम हो रहे हैं, अभी इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में मैं देख रहा था, कोई यूएस से जुड़ रहा है, कोई नीदरलैंड से जुड़ रहा है, कोई कहीं से जुड़ रहा है। तो हम तो जुड़ गए ना सर, घर बैठे बैठे सारी जगह जुड़ गए ना, हमें जाने की जरूरत ही नहीं है। हम उन लोगों का नॉलेज यहाँ शेयर कर सकते हैं। अभी हमने कोविड के टाइम में 3 स्टूडियो बनाए हैं सर एसकेआईटी में, इंटरनेशनल लेवल के 3 स्टूडियो बनाए हैं, और डायरेक्ट कभी किसी यूनिवर्सिटी से जोड़ते हैं, कभी किसी से जोड़ते हैं, ऐसे टेक्निकल आदमी पकड़े। हमने कहा अल्टीमेट चीज बनाओ। तो मैं उसको जितना भी समझता हूँ, जाके देखता हूँ, तो मतलब वो हमारे स्टूडियो ओवरफ्लो रहते हैं, हर टाइम जगह ही नहीं मिलती है। पूरे कोविड के टाइम में एक दिन भी हमने क्लास मिस नहीं करी, एक दिन भी। मैं चैलेंज करता हूँ कि इस कोविड का हमारी इंस्टीट्यूट को बेनिफिट मिला है, प्लेसमेंट हमारा बढ़ा है इस टाइम में। एक साधारण आदमी, गांव का आदमी शहर में आके ये काम कर सकता है, तो आप लोग तो महान है। हमारे लेवल में कहीं कमी नहीं है इंटरनेशनल बेंचमार्क से कंपीट करने में, वहां तक जाने में कहीं दिक्कत नहीं आएगी, आ सकती है बिल्कुल। डॉक्टर वी एस तोमर मेरे दोस्त है, मैं इनको, ये बच्चों के डॉक्टर हैं, जब से मैं जानता हूँ, जब इनकी क्लिनिक से आज कितना बड़ा काम कर रहे हैं, कितने स्टूडेंट्स, एक शहर बसा दिया इन्होंने, वो दिल्ली रोड के ऊपर, शहर से 40 किलोमीटर दूर जाके। आदमी सोच ले तो कुछ भी कर सकता है, लेकिन मेहनत करनी पड़ती है, ऑनेस्टी से मेहनत करनी पड़ती है, बेईमानी नहीं चल सकती। हमारे सिस्टम, हमारी पॉपुलेशन बड़ी है, पॉलिटिक्स हावी है, वैल्यूज हम मान रहे हैं खत्म होगी, वैल्यूज कभी खत्म नहीं हो सकती। मेरी लाइफ का, मैं अभी 70 ईयर का हो गया हूँ सर, मेरी लाइफ का मैंने एक रिजल्ट निकाला है। मैं जॉइंट फैमिली को बिलोंग करता हूँ, जॉइंट फैमिली में सबसे यंगर हूँ, मेरी एज 70 ईयर है। मैं ये मानता हूं कि आदमी की जो सोच ऑनेस्टी से, मेरी सोच ऑनेस्टी से है, तो मुझे फिर जिद्दी होना पड़ेगा, आमिर खान को फॉलो करना पड़ेगा, जिद्दी होना पड़ेगा कि मुझे तो ये अचीव करना ही है, कुछ नहीं। वो ईश्वर मदद करता है, हमारी मॉरल सपोर्ट मदद करती है, सिस्टम मदद करता है। आप जैसे लोग इतना अप्रिशिएट करते हैं, आज एसकेआईटी को लोगों ने इतना हाथों पे ले रखा है, उससे हमारी जिम्मेदारी बढ़ती है। लोगों की एक्सपेक्टेशन बहुत है, वो लेवल हमें वहां तक लाने के लिए हमारी ड्यूटी और हो गई। उसके लिए सोसाइटी हमें बहुत कुछ दे रही है, थोड़ी सी कमी होती है तो हमारे में तुरंत हमारा कान पकड़ती है, तो हम उसकी और स्पीड से करते हैं। मैक्सिमम एआईसीटी आरटीयू के रूल्स हमने फॉलो किए हैं, लेकिन बियॉन्ड रूल्स भी हम काम कर रहे हैं, जो ह्यूमैनिटी को सपोर्ट करे, सोसाइटी को सपोर्ट करे। और जो मैंने पूर्णिमा वाला जो शब्द बोला था, उसको तो छोड़ ही नहीं सकते। संस्कार के बिना दुनिया में कुछ नहीं है। डिग्री आप लोग बांट देते हो, आप एक लेवल करते हो, लेकिन मैं सबसे हमेशा मैं बहस करता हूं कि संस्कार के बिना कुछ नहीं होगा। कितनी फैमिलीज डिस्टर्ब हो रही है, सोसाइटी हाई क्लास में जा रही है, बच्चे कहाँ सफर कर रहे हैं। सर, ये भी हमारी सोसाइटी की पार्ट है। हम कितने भी ऊपर चले जाएं, अगर हमारा सिस्टम ओवरऑल ऊपर नहीं जाएगा तो हम अकेले तो ऊपर जाके कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे ना। हमारे मुल्क की बहुत सारी अच्छी अच्छी चीजें हैं, इंटरनेशनल बेंचमार्क। अब हायर एजुकेशन और नई पॉलिसी जो हमारी आ रही है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ला रही है, उसको थोड़ा सा मैं समझाऊं तो जो कमियां हैं हम उसमें शायद दूर करेंगे। और इस तरह की जो कॉन्फ्रेंसेस आपने ऑर्गेनाइज करी है, इस तरह के बड़े लोगों को जोड़ा है, और एक साधारण आदमी इसमें जुड़ सकता है। मोदी जी कहे मैं गांव का आदमी प्राइम मिनिस्टर बन गया, तो मैं एक साधारण आदमी आप जैसे लोगों में आ गया, तो ये क्या है? ये इंटरनेशनल बेंचमार्क की तरफ बढ़ने का स्टेप ही तो है। कि आप मेरे को कान पकड़ के कह रहे हो कुछ नहीं, आप तो और आगे बढ़ो और आप आगे जा सकते हो, तो ये मेरी जिम्मेदारी मानता हूँ। आपने मेरे को आज यहाँ बिठाया है, लाकर आप लोगों के बीच में है, तो मैं इसको डिटेल से देखूंगा आप जैसे लोगों से, कॉन्फ्रेंस से और मैं आपसे वायदा करता हूँ कि सोसाइटी को, राजस्थान को, इंडिया को हम और बेंचमार्क के नजदीक लाएंगे। छोटा सा जो हमने पौधा लगाया है उसको और बड़ा ग्रो करेंगे, उसकी बड़े होने की कोई सीमा नहीं है। आप और हम मिलकर इस तरह का प्रोग्राम करेंगे। सचिन जी, थैंक यू। मैं आपका ज्यादा टाइम नहीं दूंगा। थैंक यू।
धन्यवाद सुरजाराम जी, आपने बड़ी सरलता और खूबसूरती से अपनी बात रखी। और जो जो चैलेंजेस फेस करे जाते हैं आपके द्वारा, या आपका जो एक फोकस रहा है संस्कारों के ऊपर और कॉलेज के कंटिन्यूअस इम्प्रूवमेंट को लेकर, आई थिंक वो वही एक चीज़ है जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस को आगे लेके जा सकती है और ऑलरेडी आगे लेके जा रही है। So thank you for sharing your views. Now I would like to come back to you, Dr. Sharma. You have done your education in India and then moved to Europe, particularly Germany and then Netherlands, and you've been closely involved with the research and education in those countries. And of course you understand Indian higher education as well. So I mean, do you think the international benchmarking, the international, be it the ratings or rankings, without customization, can they actually understand the challenges which are being faced by Indian higher education institutions? And if yes, then how should we actually move forward in that direction? Dr. Sharma.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. So first of all, I'd like to extend my gratitude and a lot of greetings from Netherlands. You know, we're just getting up here. As you know, that it's an early sunrise because of the summertime, and so I just it's early morning here in Netherlands, obviously. I'm really thankful to both the universities, those who are collaborating and bringing out such a wonderful discussion, and also some of the highlights of ongoing system, ongoing education policies, and all that which you people have put together in the program. But at the same time, the people on the dais right now, I am very much impressed by listening both the earlier speakers, Dr. Sancheti and Suzaram ji. आपने तो मेरा मतलब बहुत भाव विभोर कर दिया आपने, क्योंकि मेरा जन्म ही गांव में हुआ है और मेरी सारी एजुकेशन गांव की है। हाँ 5 मील जब पैदल बस्ता लेके जाते थे किताबों का,
Yeah.
तो वो
याद है.
वो मतलब हाँ पूरा याद है, और पूरा एक फिल्म बनी हुई है दिमाग में, एक फिल्म बनी हुई है. I spent 14 years of my age in village, and after finishing my Uttar Pradesh board high school, which was still, the people talk about as a kind of record, because I had in 2 subjects with 100% marks, like mathematics was one of my favorite those days, and end up into biology and becoming a doctor in biomedical sciences. तो बहुत बहुत इम्प्रेस किया आपकी बातों ने, and Dr. Sanchiti has put together, yeah, Dr. Sanchiti also has put together, these values, because we cannot compare. I think the question is very valid still, because India and the system and the policies and the way the things are done, they are much different. The context is so different than Europe or any other Western countries, because the number is the key. When I talk about my country, I tell to a lot of my friends that 89 Netherlands live in India. So there are 89 Netherlands. So everything has to be multiplied. Here in our country, we can count the entire population from morning till evening. We have extremely most highly developed systems. The radars, the cameras, and the technology is I think superb. But at the same time, when compared to the India, it is not really comparable to any of these countries from West. When it comes to the number, when it comes to the resources, when it comes to the facilities which are being developed. But I must say that things are developing at a rapid pace, and that we see in the last almost a decade or so, that the education system, which has gone into privatization, there is a tremendous competition between the private institutions to benchmark themselves and then produce extremely high quality students. But at the same time, again, the tremendous values are heritage values, which is called sanskar, and also practicing a truth, practicing a reality is the key, and that reality lies from our upbringing from childhood to getting at a student level, and then in the higher education of the universities, which you people are talking about. In West, it is much different. So, like particularly in Europe, our system is designed in such a way that all the students, those who are starting from primary education to the middle or upper middle category education, and then to the university, out of 8, only 2 students or 2 to 3 students are able to make it to the university, and the rest of them, there are all kind of applied courses, all kind of applied education systems. So a lot of students, more than 50%, they end up finding a job at the age of 22, 20, or even less than that, because they study from middle category. They do not go to the university. In the middle category education system, we have tremendous demarcation, and every person which is coming out has got certain skills. So even a barber, even any kind of mechanic, anything, there are specific courses, specific education for all of those. So I think that vocational education is extremely important, that we cannot really expect from every student to be the top class. So the different category and that distinction and the selection process should start much earlier. And that selection process is so very well designed and well organized in at least in Europe, and particularly Netherlands, where we, at the age of 12, when the primary education is completed, at that level, there is already a selection process that you would go to a gymnasium, or you will go to HAVO, or you will go to VMBO. So these are, then that middle category education is for 4 years, 5 years, or 6 years, based on where you want to go. And there the skills and the knowledge and the intellect of the students, it comes out where the selection process starts. So coming back to the benchmark, I think we cannot compare two continents, or rather India to other Western countries, but at the same time, we need to develop the infrastructure which is at par, which Mr. Shojaram has already pointed out, that he has created, what we call the AI at the moment, which is, artificial intelligence based technology, which is developing so rapidly, which is needed for that particular setup, is the key at the moment, to have the because you can get the information, you can get the knowledge, you can get the experience right in your office from all over the world. So I think this pandemic, still ongoing pandemic, and really creating so much anxiety to the world, has taught us this, that we don't have to really travel all around. I mean, I used to travel 4 to 5 times a year to India for various conferences, for various invitations, the government delegations, this and that. But for the last 18 months, I have not stepped out from the country. I'm just here and doing everything. Research is going on. Obviously, now we are opened. Netherlands is almost completely opened. So our labs and all the setups are getting filled because the vaccination has happened. So we are almost kind of, more than 60% to 70% level of vaccination. So therefore, everything is getting opened here. But we are still continuing the testing and that strict measure for the virus, that if there is a huge crowd being brought in because the Europa Cup is going on, that the football is going on, 40,000 people, if they are gathering, they all need to be, be pure when they are entering. So all the measures are there. Nevertheless, what I wanted to convey to you is that the benchmark has to be also developed with a truthful, evaluation process, truthful understanding of everything which is linked and comparable to the international level, that we need to also develop in India. So I think it is very important that we should have it there, and develop within our own setup of Indian policy, Indian education evaluation policy. And then obviously that should grow in parallel to the all kind of evaluation or accreditation setups, which they have all kind of logos from US and the UK and other countries. So I fully agree with this, QS, I guess. You guys are working hard to develop that system to evaluate and then to accredit the education system. But do keep it in mind that all the salient features, all the high quality features which distinguishes between, that level from the West, is also adapted for the Indian scenario. Sure. It's now, as you know, that the impact factor in the journal, a lot of countries are dropping it out for the evaluation of a teacher, of a scientist, because there are so many other qualities in a researcher which were ignored earlier. I think the impact of your research, impact of your teaching, everything is so important to look at it, rather than number of publications, which journals and all that. So all those, I think the factors need to be considered in the Indian scenario. And I would very much like to point out that Dr. Rana mentioned about inspiration, or what you call entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is not like that tell you become entrepreneur, or just take a kind of a stick and say that, oh, you have to be entrepreneur, you have to. It doesn't work like this. Entrepreneurship is entirely different way of looking at it. You have to distinguish and identify that brain at early age of 12 years is a kind of cutoff which we have here. At that age, those entrepreneur minded kind of, those who think outside the box kind of students have to be identified and groomed, given the opportunities, and they will do wonders. You may be surprised that Netherlands, such a small country with a population much less than Delhi, we are just 16.5, 17 million, less than 17 million people. We remain in the world first or second in entrepreneurship, in the top list of either because Israel has taken over or sometime Netherlands. So first or second in the entrepreneurship category in the world, simply due to that people are, they think outside the box, and they are constantly, but they do not really expose it. They do not really show it off. You would be surprised that you're going in a train and the guy sitting next to you is one of the giant scientists or giant, one of the, but you would not notice it. He's in a absolutely simple way, and he will take out the bread and eating in front of you. You may say, oh, he's a kind of, villager, but that villager mentality of our Dutch culture is that those guys are amazing people. We have, in every subject you take it, we compete throughout the world. But we do not really distinguish. Our prime minister goes on the bicycle. I go on the bicycle. Everybody is same. There is no huge distinction. There is no huge high cry that that he will get something very extraordinary. The equality in understanding is recognized based on your responsibility, who you are, what do you deliver to the society, to your organization where you're working. So I think we have to develop all those sanskar from childhood level, and also keep it in our evaluation process for the future. So I think I have also noticed that there is a new policy, education policy, which is coming up comparable to West, this different category, and which is very good. But I think the distinction or selection process should be at an early stage to give opportunity to everybody. It doesn't mean that those people, those who are studying art or lower subjects have no value. I mean, those are also equally important, but they have different category, and that satisfaction level should remain associated with the family, as well as that heritage or sanskar value linked with it. That okay, one person is becoming a technician, other person is becoming in the family a doctor because their their intellectual level was a bit different. He can handle more, and that should never be compared. I think our parents, or they are constantly comparing. He got 90%, other got 78%. We have to really drop this. We have to take out this from our mindset and give the opportunity for 78% boy or girl as well to the 98% boy or girl. I think we will do wonders. The India will do absolutely wonder, and I no doubt about it that amazing things would develop, or amazing things would happen, which are even better than what we have witnessed over the 4 decades. I'm away from India almost 4 decades, but I do travel and have a huge contact with so many universities, and again this link between the West and our ancient and tremendous valuable what you call the education system of the earlier education system of India. If we can take the best out of that and mix with the modern one, I think you people are in much privileged situation than these 2000 years old system what we have in the West. India has
Sure.
oldest scriptures.
I would request you to conclude your remark
Yeah.
in next 1 minute,
Yeah.
Dr. Sharma.
Yeah. So that's what I would like to convey, and I leave the floor to Mr. Williams and others to comment on this comparative view of remaining in India and benchmarking or thinking internationally.
Sure.
That's the way ahead. Thank you.
So
Thank you very
you
much to all of you.
Thank you for sharing your views on the the focus, how Netherlands is focusing on developing that vocational education system, or how we should remain focused on values and further extending the views of Mr. Surja Ram Meel. Now I would like to come to Mr. Williams. So Mr. Williams, when we look at internationalization per se, so logically, when we are adopting international benchmarks and we are improving quality and doing everything that we can, the next logical step should be the internationalization of campuses. That is to attract the international students into the country as well. And if we look at Australia, that I believe is the second most popular destination for higher education amongst the students, third most popular destination. But I believe there is a lot to learn for Indian higher education institutions as well from that. And though there may be lots of other factors which contributes to it, but you cannot sustain that momentum without adopting international benchmarks. And I suppose lots of universities in Australia have done that already. So what, according to you, and you understand Indian higher education as well, as you are associated with some of the institutes here, what according to you is the should be the course of action for Indian higher education institutions, and what they can particularly learn from Australian institutions in this particular aspect?
Sure. Look, thank you very much. It's a great honour and pleasure to be able to make some comments on this very esteemed panel today. And I thank QS, NIMS University, where I have some old and dear friends, and Purnima for sponsoring this event and coming together. I think it's absolutely marvellous. So I'm going to approach this from the perspective of what we call in Australia transnational education. The comments were made that Australia boxes above its weight in terms of international students coming into the country, and that's certainly true. After the United States and the UK, Australia and Canada are probably number 3 as destination countries for international students. Now, we've got to be very, very careful drawing a causal link between very, very good quality education systems and those number of students coming, simply because those 3 countries, in the background, a migration outcome, either permanent or a temporary migration outcome with some certainly a foreign work outcome, is very, very much part and parcel of the education experience. So I've been involved. One other area that Australian universities have been fairly good at is a transnational education model, where we offer for only about a third of the price of a degree or a master in Australia. With a partner in another country, we offer that qualification. And the most successful ones are what we call dual awards. So my last university, Victoria University, where I worked for a decade, with 4 really, really marvellous partners in China. We have 5,000 students a year, and after a 4-year program, they take out both a Chinese degree and a Victoria University degree. It includes the best pedagogy from the West and the best pedagogy from the East. It's recognised by employers globally through a Victoria University award, and it's recognised by employers locally because of a Chinese award. In so doing, now over a period of 35 years, where the UK and Australia have been running these programs in China, but also in particularly in Malaysia, Singapore and Vietnam, we've seen great capability building, a great capability improvement in those partner universities which have partnered with a foreign university from the Australia or UK and in China, Malaysia. Now, we would have, and Australia is the smallest partner in China, probably over the last 30 years, close to 750,000 to 1 million graduates of these dual programs. And these students are now working all over the world and using those global skills, using those skills where they've got the best of the East and the best of the West to be able to make a real contribution to their families, to enterprises, to governments and to societies. And the last job I did was to establish a small master's transnational education program for Victoria University in Gujarat, in Ahmedabad, offering master's degrees in business analytics and enterprise resource planning systems. Now, in my view, that was very, very difficult to do for a number of reasons, but I'm going to reflect on 4. And if India or any country can have good performance, good structures in these 4 areas, then quality will improve through greater internationalization and engagement in India with students who are going to stay here and not go out, like is the tradition, for example, of Gujaratis and Punjabis. But the 4 areas are firstly, regulatory certainty. Any foreign university or foreign institution in education that wants to operate in India needs regulatory certainty. The chief executive is going to ask, and the board's going to ask, if we go to India and offer an award in India, are we breaking the law or are we in conformance with the law? And the regulatory certainty is not fully clear. There are 2 regulatory bodies, UGC and AICTE, and where their regulation starts and finishes is not clear. The ability to operate separately or in a partnership, what those rules are is not fully clear. So we have a situation for a young lad or a young lady from taking one of our programs in Ahmedabad who would never be able to afford to come to Australia, but can receive our award and an Indian award through Gunpat University at the same time. If they did the Masters in Australia and came back to India, it would be recognised for PhD purposes and public sector employment. If they do it in India, it's not recognised at all. So those are the sorts of regulatory uncertainties and regulatory grey areas that a lot of this is picked up in the new draft National Education Plan. A lot of these sort of improvements are flagged in there, but number one, regulatory certainty and getting that clearer would be of great benefit. Secondly, qualification alignment. A degree in Australia, UK, US, a master's degree, a postgraduate diploma are often not as well aligned as they could be with the similar or respective qualifications in the Indian environment. And therefore, it's more difficult to create a dual award model that meets the regulatory requirements in both countries and can be conferred on successful students within a reasonable time frame to be able to provide all of those benefits of East and West, or of the two countries, and the ability of those awards. So secondly, qualification alignment. Thirdly, delivery models. An online delivery model, the greatest growth in online education in the world is in India, by far and away. And the models of online education are some of the most innovative in the world. I watch the development of online education with some interest in India, but it's not recognised. And the benchmarking or the approval system for online courses is not really clear, so that very high quality courses, online programs, are treated in the same way as the bottom feeders in the industry, offering very, very poor quality courses. So thirdly, delivery models. And fourthly, of course, connection with industry. Connection with industry. The Professional Engineers Association in India complains regularly that many graduates of engineering schools and also business complains that a number of graduates of MBA schools are not prepared for the world of work and need to be retrained before they're productive for the enterprise. So, and that's not a criticism of India specifically. It's a criticism, if I want to make it, also of many other countries in the world. So really it's an observation and a challenge for all of us in university education to align with industry, have systems, have processes so that we can all produce great 21st century global employment skills in our graduates. So I hope this is of some use to the deliberations today, but regulatory certainty, qualification alignment, delivery models, and that connection with industry, I think are four areas that if efforts are concentrated in,
I would request you to, sorry to interrupt, I would request you to conclude in 30 seconds, if possible.
Sure. Well, I think those four things, if they're improved in India as they are each day, but if they're improved with great pace, then I think we'll see far greater quality and far greater uplift of Indian institutions, both locally and in the international ranking. So thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your views, Mr. Williams, and suggesting four specific areas in which, if we work upon, probably will further, do the further progress as far as internationalization and overall improvement is concerned. I will now go back to you all one by one, and I would request for your concluding remarks, starting with Dr. Sandeep Sancheti. Sir, we have discussed about the localization approach, though keeping in mind the international standards. We have discussed about focus on vocational education, and still, keeping in mind the Indian values which we should still impart amongst the students, and the challenges that we are facing in different parts of the country. The requirements of a rural area may be completely different from that of a metro city. What do you think should be the way forward for Indian higher education institutions? Would request you to, conclude in 1 minute time. I think I understand it's not too much, but it would be great if you confined it to that.
Okay, I'll try something in 1 minute. It's too short. One, you talked about vocational. I would say that we do have the market for those kind of programs. We do have manpower to be trained for that, but we need to have a right mindset. The society should accept, and we should invest right kind of money. So these are 4 M's for me: market, manpower, mindset, and money. So mindset is partly there, partly not there, and money is mostly not there, whereas the market and manpower are both there. So that's as far as the vocational things are concerned. When it comes to how to improve the things further, I would say that if academic world is like an industry, then the teachers are the machinery of that particular industry. Students may be raw material, and engineers or graduates may be the byproduct or whatever. In that sense, I would say that the machinery should be well oiled, well geared, and fully functional. And therefore, one thing which is very much required is the autonomy to the institution, autonomy to the faculty. I think it's being said in the NEP already, but I would go to the extent of defining this in a small point, and that is empower the faculty. Number one, we should ensure a good track professional track for the faculty so that good people come to the teaching profession. Number two, give them seed grants so that they can do the research. Number three, give them support for faculty industry immersion programs so they can go to industry, learn, collaborate, do whatever. Number four, you can empower them to do what they want to, more research, more teaching, more this, more consultancy, more development, whatever. And finally, allow them to choose things as they like in terms of progression. So once we do that, I'm sure if the machinery of the industry is good, the byproducts will be good and the outcome will also be good. And therefore, there are many multitude of things which we need to do, but I would first focus on the faculty to improve the things. And obviously, it has to be done in the local context, not necessarily fully in the global context, as was the conference initially pointing at. So thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Sancheti. Your concluding remarks, Dr. Sharma, would request you to again keep it as concise as possible, less than 1 minute if possible. Dr. Sharma.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's very much true that I would still advocate for the distinction of the selection process of the students at the early stage, because that's how we will develop everywhere, the quality in the university system. We will develop quality teachers, we will develop entrepreneurship, we will develop the higher standard as compared to any other in the world. But if everybody is going to the university and this distinction which has not been made at early stage would not really bring, because you dilute the quality at higher level. Therefore, it is important to have the quality distinction or demarcation to give the opportunity to every level of a student, the qualification level of or intellectual level of the student, and then let them develop. And I think the mindset of, again, those 4 or 5 M Dr. Sancheti mentioned, in that case, the mindset of the society that should continuously be discussed and communicated, that this is also good for your child. Because if you are talking at the age of 12 years and the parents are inspiring that he should be the top doctor, but the student is not even up to the level of technician, medical technician, or any, I think we need to really convince, and we need to have those parents, that mindset need to be developed. And this is a kind of beginning from childhood. So the people, those who are living in such kind of society, they understand. They do not really compare. They understand, and the society remain at large, because we need people everywhere. We need the people constructing the building. We need people, but they are highly skilled people.
Sure.
Constructing a building, they are expert in that. So that respect of the job. So if we are giving the due respect to that particular outcome as an vocational trained boy or girl as compared to the university level, I think that is very, very important.
Sure.
And I see it here in my country, that this distinction of comparing is not at all there. The child
Sure.
is growing within his or her own intellectual category, and only the parents are providing environment, and they are leaving it to the child. And now, even up to the PhD level in the Indian scenario, the students, they remain dependent. Kind of, the teacher will say, do this, do that.
I would
Here,
request you to conclude, Dr.
Yeah.
Sharma.
So that's how I think very, very important for the Indian scenario, dear, that we need to promote those 4M, but I think mindset is also very important, and that will start at early stage.
Sure.
And we need to. I think in NEP, what you are talking about should be included, that sanskar or that mindset to give the equal opportunity for everyone. Yeah.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you for sharing your views. Mr. Williams, over to you. Your concluding remarks, please confine it to less than 1 minute. Mr. Williams?
Okay. I would use simply one word: articulation. Allow students in their high school years to start a vocational program. Allow students at a high school to start a degree program, and allow articulation from each sector of education. In Australia, we have about 25% of degree starters each year come from a vocational background. And that statistic shows that if you do open doors and give pathways between different types of education system, you are providing greater opportunity for the best and the brightest from all walks of life to be able to get up the rungs of power, property and prestige. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Williams. सुरजाराम जी, हमारा समय इसमें लगभग खत्म हो चुका है. आप अगर कोई कंक्लूडिंग रिमार्क्स देना चाहें, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट रहेगी, आप कोई मैसेज आपका दे सकते हैं फाइनल में. 1 मिनट में उसको खत्म करने की कोशिश करिएगा. सर, आप म्यूट पे हैं. यू आर ऑन म्यूट.
हट गया ना?
जी, अभी हम आपको सुन रहे हैं.
बस आधी मिनट, थोड़ा टाइम खराब हो गया. मेरा एक ही मैसेज है, टीचर एंड टीचर. बस, बिना टीचर कुछ नहीं हो सकता. और दूसरा, हम लोग जो इंस्टीट्यूट चलाते हैं, हमें एनवायरनमेंट देना पड़ेगा. एनवायरनमेंट, हम इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे जाने में कोई कमी नहीं है. सिर्फ टीचर का खेल है. हमें एयर कंडीशन ऑफिस में, एयर कंडीशन क्लासरूम बनाने की जरूरत नहीं है. हम पेड़ों के नीचे बैठ के भी पढ़ा सकते हैं. और हमारा गरीब मुल्क है, इसमें कोई फैसिलिटी की हमें जरूरत नहीं है. टीचर का खेल है सर. आप सब लोग जो है, सब आप टीचर हैं. आप इस लेवल पे पहुंचे हैं तो आप अच्छे टीचर थे, इसलिए आप पहुंचे हैं. बिना टीचर कुछ नहीं हो सकता. संचेती जी, आपने एसकेआईटी का लेवल जानते हो, डॉक्टर सुराना का लेवल जानते हो. एक डॉक्टर सुराना एसकेआईटी को इस लेवल पे ले जा सकता है. तो अगर ऐसे 4 टीचर, 10 टीचर, 20 टीचर मिलेंगे सर, 20-20 साल पुराने टीचर भी एसकेआईटी में आज हैं. एसकेआईटी को कोई छोड़ना नहीं चाहता. एसकेआईटी में सब आना चाहते हैं. हमने जिसको पकड़ लिया उसको छोड़ते नहीं है, और उसको ये कोशिश करते हैं कि यही आपका भविष्य है. पूरा दम लगाओ, आधा अधूरा नहीं. खेल टीचर का है. आप सब लोगों को मैं बधाई दूंगा. आप लोग ही कुछ कर सकते हैं. बेस्ट टीचर का कलेक्शन अगर हमने कर लिया तो हम इंटरनेशनल लेवल हमारे से पीछे भी रह सकता है. थैंक यू. जय
जी. Thank you. So, on behalf of QS IGAUGE, I would once again like to thank Dr. Sandeep Sancheti, Dr. Hari Shankar Sharma, Mr. R.I.S. Williams, and Surjaram Meelji for taking out time from your busy schedules and sharing your thoughts. I think we have had discussions on various aspects of the topic, and the best part was that we had a very diverse set of experiences amongst the panel members. So thank you everyone once again, and over to you, Suchishmita.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sachin, for conducting such a wonderful panel discussion, and thanks to all the panelists for engaging the audience and sharing their valuable insights with us. Moving ahead, I now invite our next keynote speaker, Mr. Anil Purohit. Mr. Anil Purohit is the founder, president, and CEO of Jodhpur School of Public Health. He has 30 years of experience in establishing and running HIV/AIDS program in Africa, Asia Pacific, North America, and West Indies. He has worked at Harvard Medical School, WHO, and US Government Department of Health and Human Services, among other institutions. Mr. Anil Purohit will address us on the topic Research and Internationalization, Indian Higher Education Perspective. A very warm welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. It's a great privilege to be on this panel, and it's around 2:15 in the morning in New York, New Jersey. I'm from Boston. I was driving from Boston to Washington and took a transit just for this meeting. I could not say no to Sachin and Rahul because I think education and health are very important, and being in the medical profession and public health profession, and education and health is very important. And again, to me, three things are very important: health, education, of course, go hand in hand, which is again a patient, which is part of the health system, and nutrition, and which is, I'm from North India, from Rajasthan. Food is important for me, so I cannot say no to all these three things. So thank you so much. It's been a very interesting panel. I've been hearing great things about what people have done in life, and Dr. Sancheti, Dr. Sharma, Surya Ramji, I think this is just fantastic. So I'll be very brief, and I will discuss what research and internationalization could mean to India and what's happening. And I will go with my examples, and I will not take too long because I think there are many speakers who will be speaking quite interesting aspects on these topics. So let's talk about internationalization and globalization, because people really get confused. I would like to give an example of, let's say, Pizza Hut, US based. If you have pizza in the United States, I think it's very different at Pizza Hut than in India, for example. Now, there might be 25, 30,000 Pizza Huts around the globe, and that's called globalization. Internationalization, to me, is in India, you could have a pizza with paneer tikka, and in the US, it could be pepperoni, mushrooms, and that's internationalization. A hairdryer or a shaver, what you use, we use 110 volts in United States, 220, let's say, in most of the Asia. So that's, again, internationalization of a gadget or razor or shaver or hairdryer, whatever you can mean or say. So I think there where it's a big difference. Research, I think research is something, India does fantastic research, the Indian Council of Medical Research, the Indian Institute of Science, IIT, but I think where we lack sometimes is in the communication or presenting what we are doing, which is changing. And I think India is at a global level. And what Surya Ramji said, I think we are not behind, actually. And I believe in what he said about internationalization is that at Harvard Medical School, where I worked the most, I have seen they do not have the best of the equipment. Whereas if I go to California, Las Vegas, they have the best equipment. But then again, I think the faculty recruitment, the researchers, the scientists who come there are fantastic. And again, it's something, it's like teacher, what he just said, actually. That means a lot. So coming to the example of the Jodhpur School of Public Health, what it means to me, we bring the best of teachers from around the world. And mostly from the United States or Europe who are on sabbatical, and they do a wonderful job. They work with our students. We have lots of students who come from Afghanistan. And before I get into it, I'll tell you a little story about the Jodhpur School of Public Health. Why did I start that? I was born in Jodhpur, raised mostly in Bombay. After high school, I went to United States because my parents had permanent resident status there. Did my undergrad education at Northeastern University. It was a 5-year college. And every, I think, step I discuss about my career, which will connect to the research and collaboration and internationalization. So at Northeastern University, it's a 5-year program. And how do you study? In the first year, 9 months you go to school. The second year, let's say you study human anatomy or you study biochemistry for 3 months. 3 months you'll go to a lab and do research in biochemistry. So what you learned, you go and have the practical use of that. So in my case, the first course I took was in molecular biology. I had gone to MIT for 3 months. I got paid. I learned how to isolate RNA, DNA. So whatever you learn in the class, you gain the experience. So it's alters between classroom and the lab or the field. And I think that's very important. And in India, we need to implement those kind of education systems. Everybody doesn't have to do that, but I think this should be an option available. Other thing in this country, what we have is the community colleges, or 2 years community colleges, 3, and after 2 years, people can go to full university. Either they cannot afford initially, or I think university is too big for them. So I think that's something needed. And where Dr. Sharma just mentioned about the skill building, the vocational education, these are the best schools actually, where you can get the best out of your investment, I would say. And honestly, most of them are free nowadays in this country. So I think this is something we need to promote. We need to open community colleges in every rural setting, maybe every mola, whatever we can say. So that part is very, very important. And again, I heard that definitely India, with such a big 1.3 billion population, it's a very, very different situation. It's very easy to sit down in the United States in an air-conditioned room and say that, oh, India, this doesn't happen, that doesn't happen. But we don't know about what happens, actually. I see a physician or doctor handling 80 patients in 1 hour in OPD, but in the US, we see hardly 3 or 4 patients. So I think there's a lot for the world to learn from India when it comes to internationalization. We get into too much of details which are needed, but at the same time, you don't need to spend so much time actually. And this is something, working under pressure, you learn a lot from India. And I have learned. I was in Chennai for 3 years at the Tambaram Hospital, running an HIV fellowship for clinicians, for doctors, through University of Washington. I learned a lot of these things that, I think everything is possible if you have a good doctor, good teacher, and you need dedication. Certain things I learned there were like, for example, dealing with 20 patients at a time, having group counseling. So to cut the long story short, and this project was funded by the US government, when they came to evaluate me, they hired me for the US government job, saying that, whatever you have learned and whatever you have practiced with the Tamil Nadu government, with government of India, with my US government, US embassy in Delhi, and the consulate in Chennai, we want you to bring this back to the American government. And that was the only reason I got hired actually for my particular job at Health and Human Services, where I had a portfolio of University of Washington, Harvard, probably calculating to, I think, $51 million a year. So India has a lot to teach, but where we miss, I think, or where we are lacking is marketing sometimes, because I think it's within the culture that we really don't do good marketing. For example, turmeric. India could have made billions and billions, but we did not. Look at pad Thai or Thai iced coffee. They've patented. In some countries, you cannot even buy actually without paying surplus taxes actually. So these are the things which business schools in India really, really need to focus and bring it at the top. While studying in the United States, did my undergrad at Northeastern, pre-med at Harvard. Then I went to Medical College of Ohio into MD, PhD program. And what I found, to learn public health, to learn global health, we traveled to from United States to India or Africa. So I was wondering why India, 1.3 billion population, the whole world comes here to learn about public health. Why does not India have schools of public health? And until 2000, and I'm not wrong, I think, there was only one school of in Kolkata, that too, All India School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, and that too for doctors or clinicians, not for anybody. So at that time, I was doing my PhD work on migrant workers and HIV, and I was the first one to get funding from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for $500,000 for Sumerpur. And it was on the migrant workers who travel from Sumerpur to Chennai, Calcutta, Mumbai, bring the disease home, and then we have orphans. And partially, I was funded from FXP, Francois Xavier Bennu, a Swiss organization. I worked for that organization, which was founded by a Countess Albina. And we were traveling from Sumerpur, rural Rajasthan, to Jodhpur, and we were discussing such good health systems in rural villages we have. Of course, there are places, I don't deny, that doctors don't go, but why can't we have schools of public health? And she said, why don't we start one? So we started putting $15,000 aside for every year and for exploration. But then somehow we both had a split. I was managing around 17 countries at that time. I was heading the US as a CEO and also as a global AIDS director. So I had left that organization, and one fine evening, I was in Jodhpur, and around 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning, I was at the HIV clinic with one of my mentors, Dr. Arvind Mathur, and we decided to start the School of Public Health with 3 students. And it did not cost much. You just need rooms, as someone just said in this meeting. You don't need air-conditioned rooms. You don't need the top labs to start public health. We started with 3 students, and now we've conferred around 570 MPH Masters of Public Health degrees. And of course, we're working with Rahul at Purnima. We're doing fantastic at Purnima. With the pandemic coming last year, we didn't know where to go, what to do. So we started these webinars, and believe it or not, we brought around 90 people on Purnima's platform, all experts from around the world, not paying them. Everything was pro bono. They have done wonderful work. Everybody has access to the videos. If anybody wants, you could contact Purnima or Rahul or myself. And we did a wonderful job sitting. And I think we've trained so many people by that. So India has a lot to offer. India can attract topmost clinicians, scientists, social workers, business professionals. But I think what we need and what is lacking, I can even say in my institute at Jodhpur School of Public Health, I want every single person to have ownership. And that's totally lacking. We have to think about our institute. That comes first, and then second is us, actually. And I think that's lacking, and that we have to develop. That you cannot teach anybody. So I think to do that, you have to encourage, you have to empower, you have to give academic freedom. That's very much needed in India. And this is where internationalization term could play a major role, which we can bring from other countries, definitely. Without research, I don't think public health or medicine will progress. And that's something in public health research is totally missing. But at the same time, we have been doing public health in India for a long time. Immunizations, polio clinics. Dr. Harshvardhan, current health minister, sitting health minister of India, he's done wonderful work on polio eradication. And that's public health, but we are not defining it. People get confused between medical schools and public health. No, a person with BA, BCom can enter MPH and do public health. And this is where we need internationalization. Sadly, Bangladesh, Thailand, Nepal all had schools of public health before us in India. And I think now we've got around 30 or 40 schools of public health, and that's definitely helping. So this is where internationalization plays a major role, collaboration, partnerships. Look at this pandemic right now, COVID-19. You cannot say that I will only study COVID-19 in the United States. Now Delta Plus is coming in New York, it's in Washington, it's in Houston. So we have to work globally together with partnerships. And this platform is great, the Zoom, the Teams, whatever. And we have great brains in India. We have the best of students, we can say, and the best of researchers. And I think we need to empower them, encourage them, and at the same time, focus on research and give them academic freedom. This is what all I have to say. I'll, of course, say something more in the concluding remarks. I know in the interest of time, and we are running out of time, so I will not take much time right now. But a good example I could quote is that working with Rahul and his family, I think nobody could get a better platform that we teach public health at Purnima. They have a medical hospital in Jodhpur. Mayank Singhi, his brother, we work very well together. And our Master of Hospital Administration students have a chance to go and do the rotation, learn from the medical hospital. So it's a wonderful collaboration. And this is what we do most in the United States. Doctors have double, triple appointments. They are seeing patients at, let's say, Harvard's major hospital, 20, 30 hospitals. They have the appointments at the Harvard Medical School. They teach. And this kind of system we could develop in India, and it is already in there, but I think it's just putting dots together, I guess. And I think this is what I have to say, and I will leave my remarks right here. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anil, for sharing such interesting thoughts and helping us understand more on research and internationalization. After the very engaging and insightful keynote addresses, we move on to an interesting higher education debate on the topic higher education in Rajasthan, high on quantity, low on quality. I therefore invite Dr. Ashwin Fernandez to introduce the speakers both for and against the motion and moderate the debate. Over to you, Dr. Ashwin.
Thank you so much, Suchasmita, and a great discussion this morning. I've heard so many views, and I think it's apt to have this debate at this time to fire up whatever we have discussed and get everybody involved in this very insightful topic, which is called higher education in Rajasthan, high on quantity, low on quality. Now, I'm glad that we have got panelists from both the sides who have agreed to come on this debate to kind of presenting their opposing views on this topic, as well as and speaking for the topic as well. So I have a great lineup of panelists, but before that, what I would like to share with you is a link. So my colleagues will be sharing the link in the chat description. You can see the poll on the platform, if you're on a virtual platform on the right side. You click on that poll and you'll be able to tell us, what do you think? Do you agree that this is how this is a reality? Do you agree with the motion, or you disagree with the motion? And we will then come back and see what are those poll results. And while you're polling, let me now introduce the topic and talk a little bit more about the context. We'll debate for approximately 45 minutes to an hour. I will give every of our panelists 5 minutes each to make the introductory remarks. And I think I would like to hear from them, and I will be challenging some of those remarks from the panelists today. And we will see whether our panelists are able to sway your opinion who are joining us virtually. So welcome. I would like to first present those who are speaking for the motion. We have Mr. Anupam Gupta, the co-founder and head of US operations for Cerebral Technologies. Welcome, Mr. Anupam. A very good good morning to you. We have also with Mr. Anupam, Dr. Suchi Sharma, R.I.S., former Secretary, Higher Technical and Sanskrit Education, Government of Rajasthan, speaking for the motion. So welcome, ma'am, and thank you for joining us. Speaking against the motion, we have Professor Neeraj Gupta, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Rajasthan. Welcome, Professor Neeraj, and thank you for joining us. And as well as Dr. Rajesh Kothari, President of IGAUGE University, Jaipur. We have, yes. Do we have Kothari with us? Okay, so it looks like there is some technical problem and we don't have Professor Kothari, so we can start off with the panel. So we have both the sides today. We have 4 agreeing on this motion, which is higher education in Rajasthan, high on quantity and low on quality. So what we are going to do is first, we will have Mr. Anupam Gupta make his opening remarks from 3 to 5 minutes for the motion. And the motion again is high on quality, low on quality. So you have to, and of course, maybe you might not completely agree with it, and we are very appreciative you have joined to do this for the academic rigor of this discussion. So, and then we'll go on for against the motion to Professor Neeraj Gupta, and then back to Dr. Suchi Sharma to speak for the motion, and then back to the other party for Dr. Rajesh Kothari, who will speak against the motion. Yes, we have Dr. Rajesh with us here. Thank you so much. So welcome to again, and I was just explaining, we're going to go for the motion once and against the motion, for the motion and against the motion. First, Mr. Anupam, followed by Professor Neeraj, then Dr. Suchi Sharma, and then Dr. Rajesh Kothari. My request is keep it 3 to 5 minutes. I want to see your passion in this topic. So the other party which is speaking against it or for it after that should be able to tackle those questions, and keep yourself on mute while you're not speaking, because I can hear some disturbance. We're getting some disturbance there. I'm not sure from whom. So I would request you keep yourself muted while not speaking. Once you exceed the 5 minutes, I will come on and I will have to stop you there, and then we will continue with the discussions. So that's all clear. I would like to showcase the poll results, and let us see whether we can see the poll results. Just give me a second and let me see. Yes. So this is what the poll results are. You should be able to see it on your screens starting now. Yes. So what does our audience feel? Our audience agrees. We have 80%, almost 70. It keeps changing as more votes come in. So majority of our audience thinks and agrees with the motion that is Rajasthan is high on quantity but low on quality, and 27% disagree to this. And this is the opportunity for those against the motion to make your opinion and sway it, or for those who are speaking for the motion to be able to change the 73 to even higher and go out with a higher number of votes. So over to Mr. Anupam first to make your opening remarks for the motion on higher education in Rajasthan, high on quantity, low on quality.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So it looks like from the poll, the debate is already settled before it started. But I would like to put my points. First of all, my regards to all the fellow panelists. And thank you to the organizers for organizing this whole event and this specific debate. I'll start with a bit of a quick introduction about myself. I'm an engineer by qualification, and I'm a co-founder of Sellable Technologies, which is a global technology company headquartered in Jaipur, doing some fantastic work on enterprise cloud computing and data and analytics. Now, it is out of our passion to do something in Jaipur and Rajasthan. Both me and my co-founder, we always wanted to do this in Jaipur, right? I'm from Jaipur originally, from Rajasthan, and many of us, like me, had to move out of our state for, good job opportunities or because you did not have that kind of work culture or opportunities in Rajasthan. So that is one of the motivation, behind trying to set up shop here, right? Now, I come from a family of educationists from Rajasthan who have both contributed as well as benefited from higher education in Rajasthan. My grandfather was principal Vanasli Vidyapeeth. My father and my uncle, they're graduates from R.I.S.E or MNIT. So is my chief technology officer and my co-founder, right? So I have huge respect for the higher education in Rajasthan. The only thing we are talking about is, as we are scaling with so many engineering colleges, are we keeping up with the quality, right? And that's one of the things we are talking about, right? So entrepreneurs like me, first of all, have benefited hugely from the growing engineering colleges and higher education in Rajasthan. It would not be possible to build a company like ours, which has grown from about 50 people 4 years back to about 700 plus already, right? Situated in Jaipur and around cities, right? It would not be possible without the contribution of all these engineering colleges that we see in Rajasthan, right? So I'm fully supportive of the quantity part, right? Now, where I see challenges in terms of quality, right? And there are various factors which I'd like to point out, right? First of all, and it may sound as a cliche, but our curriculums are fairly antiquated, right? We are not keeping up because of the bureaucratic process of updating these curriculums, right? Which is something that should be happening almost on a monthly basis, right? Because in technology world, things are evolving every day, right? And everything is available on internet. So there is no excuse for us not to keep up with this, right? And we can't make that excuse that, oh, we are in a tier 2 city or we are in like a not so prosperous nation. All you need is an internet connection now, right? There is absolutely no excuse. All these conferences, events, including this one, right? All major international events now are broadcasted either live on YouTube or some kind of forum, right? But we have not been able to tap into that, right? Somewhere I find a lack of passion, particularly in engineering faculty, right? There are passionate entrepreneurs like Rahul and from Pune University, and I heard Mr. Meel as well, extremely passionate entrepreneurs who have set up these colleges and are working very hard for the higher education in Rajasthan. But the biggest challenge is lack of good quality faculty, right? And there are some, I'm not generalizing, but in general, I have found, lack of interest, lack of passion, lack of appreciation for what they're doing, right? I lived in the US most of my career. I just returned back to start this company a couple of years back. And if you go to a technology institute there, you talk to the faculty, right? They are into that engineering education due to their passion for engineering or technology or science, right? It's not like any other job for them, right? That, okay, we have to work on a BPO or we have to work in a university. It's not like that, right? So that is one. And it's sometimes quite depressing when I talk to these professors, like, are you the one who are growing these engineers for our country, right? Because most of the time they are so bogged down by the bureaucratic guidelines and processes that either RTU or some kind of government regulation, right? So that kind of hampers their time and motivation, right? Lack of vocational training, that again is talked about a lot, and we have been working with Purnima University and others on that, and I'll speak to that later. And the lack of international exposure, right? That would be my last point. We live in very interesting times where Indians and Indian technologists and engineers have reached greatest of heights. This is a time in history where the CEOs of Microsoft, Google, IBM, and Adobe are Indians, right? We could take a step back and reflect on that, right? This is the level of engineering excellence that we have achieved, right? So there is no shortage of talent. It's just that how we work together to overcome these challenges, increase some exposure, increase passion through internet, through very simple means to work on improving this quality. I would like to conclude here my opening remarks and look forward to listening to the other speakers.
Thank you so much, Anupam. You've raised some valid points on right from the curriculum development to international exposure and the lack of passion for faculty. I think the faculty has come as a critical point even in the previous discussions. So over to Professor Neeraj Gupta. You are heading the Central University of Rajasthan. You have several colleges, including an engineering and technology college. So I want to hear from you because there are some points which Mr. Anupam has mentioned particularly on the engineering side, right? And as you have an engineering college, can you tackle those questions of curriculum, of passion of faculty, and how do you involve international exposure coming in from Indian diaspora outside? And it is possible today with technology, with the virtual mode. So we would like to hear from you. And what do you think? Why are you against this motion, please? You're muted, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Ashwin. My first observation, and this is when I was got an invite, that why should we debate about this thing about the quality and quantity? Why should it be for and against? But I was told that when you talk about the regulatory regime, I was told that this is the only format that we can discuss it. So this is where it begins, our mindset. Each one of us has got some format which we would like to stick to. And I very strongly feel when people like Dr. Suji Sharma is there, Rajesh Kothari is there, and Anupam is there, I think it should be more of a panel. It's not a parliamentary debate that for or against. So that is my first observation about this whole regulatory regime. Regulatory regime is in our mindset. We want to regulate. Only blame the government for regulating. Everybody regulates. We like to control, and we believe that only control mechanisms can bring in quality. Now, my concern, I've been hearing to this. One thing is amazing, that this wonderful platform that you have created and the wide spectrum of professionals you have got into this debate, that is indeed amazing. And this is something for the first time I'm getting, and especially in the context of Rajasthan. Few things I'll very quickly put forth. One is that Anupam made that point. He said they would not been able to start this thing had it not been for quantity. I can tell you one thing. You see, when we look for anybody who talks about quality, I would say that excellence is enemy of good. We have been sitting on this whole platform, somebody sitting in a bureaucratic forum believing that only so many students are allowed, or only so many colleges are allowed. I mean, had we been doing it, Rajasthan would not have seen the order of the day of all these private colleges and universities coming up. As on date, I mean, you have just 27 state universities, and there are 51 private universities. Now, everybody, when they say quality, private universities are not so good. I mean, you look at the quality of product that they're doing. I can give you a few examples. I've headed a private engineering college in Jaipur for 3-4 years, and I can tell you, when we have to look at it, the amount of effort that the private institutions have to make from input to output, or for that matter, universities like us, we are a public funded institution, Central University of Rajasthan, set up by Government of India. The whole object was that there are a lot of undergraduate education happening all around. We need quality master's level education. So that is what we are providing at a very, very low cost. So we get people from all parts of the world. So we are kind of training people here. I would say that to build in the quality, one concept of sanskar that is there, our commitment to this whole cause is very, very critical. You see, unless we are substantially unique, unless we are using meaningful technology, and unless we are able to enhance the students' experience about this whole learning process, the quality will not make a difference. Now, when you look at the quality, you have to measure whether, you talk in percentage and all. Had there been no private institutions or this large number of quality कहाँ से आती है? अनुपम जी फिर भी बेंगलोर के अंदर या पुणे में अपना सेटअप बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे होते. So one thing is that our state has not had its pride in the self-esteem. You see, the Marwadi entrepreneurship, we are in Kishangarh and Byawar, and people say, I ask them, sir, how do you make such decisions? People are they're trading in commodities and all. So one guy told me very simple, Neeraj, if I was looking for a quality decision, I would probably be making 2 decisions in a day. I believe on my instinct, my gut feeling, my commitment and my belief. I make 300 decisions in a day. He says, God is not so unkind that he would not allow me 10% of decisions coming back. So he is able to make 30 quality decisions rather than would have been going for just 2 or 3. So the whole system of regulation, and that is what national education policy says, light but tight. And that is, I think, will pave the way for good quality things. I mean, the Nav Sutras of national education policy that are given, I think they make a lot of sense. They talk about exits. They talk about relaxation. I mean, today I can bet you if you have to start an institution or it takes so much of time, Adi energy, Rahul ki or sabki, usme chali jati hai, how to get various kinds of approvals. You want to start a new course, you want to increase an intake. So that is one thing which the new education policies beautifully brings in, that it has to be changed. It has to change. And fortunately, we are moving in that direction in a very big way. I mean, in Rajasthan, it happened 10 years back when the government allowed private institutions to come up. They were very, very relaxed. And all these institutions have been able to bring in such a high quality. And like they said, the best will survive. Nobody in the government sector has been thinking in terms of health kind of programs. So many of these things. We at Central University of Rajasthan, we were serving high quality vocational programs and focusing on the village children. Mundoti mein rehne wala ek bachcha. Now the only barrier that we broke was, only rule that we broke was, our ordinance says medium of education will be English. I said, there is no harm. If you want to teach design, it is a matter of building up a skill. You can't become a good musician without quantity. You have to have so many people. You have to itna riyaz karna padta hai, tab jaake ek acha sur nikal kar aata hai. So these are the very important issue. The second thing is critical. Everybody talked about it. Bhartiyata. And the education policy talks about rootedness. हमने अपना सेल्फ एस्टीम बिगाड़ रखा है. किसी राजस्थानी से आप पूछिए, नहीं राजस्थान में क्वांटिटी है, क्वालिटी नहीं. I mean, moment you saw that, who is going to recruit my child? I mean, I do not take pride in my own system. Why I am focusing on this thing? So I would say that let us stop leading the proofreader's life. We read 250 pages, you are only looking for commas and full stops and the colons and the grammatical errors. Why can't we go ahead with this? And technology and online thing is the only answer to spread good quality education. Because class mein face to face ke andar bada control mechanism hai, sare niyam kaide kanun hai, everything is there. But padhane wala mein, I mean, like we say in Rajasthan, dene wale Srinath ji, paane wale Srinath ji. Now, when you are moving on an online platform, everything is open to the world. I'm talking today, the world is watching me. I have to be very controlled. That is something important. So when you are doing a good online program, and government has done that, SWAM and NPTL, 40% allowance they are giving. But when it comes to giving permission for Central University of Rajasthan, a government institution, to start an online program, I have to run through the whole process. And probably I'll be able to get it after 2 years. Now, this is the part that needs a huge amount of relaxation, autonomy with responsibility, and empowering the teachers and capacity building of them. Narendra Modi ne bilkul spasht kaha hai, I dream of a digital India where quality education reaches the most inaccessible corners driven by digital learning. And I think that is the order of the day. And if we do that, it surely will reach the quality. Numbers don't matter, जितने ज्यादा नंबर होंगे उतनी ज्यादा क्वालिटी निकल कर रहेगी. अगर आप क्वालिटी की वेट करते रहेंगे तो क्वांटिटी से हो ही नहीं सकता. I mean, those people who are the maximum producers, they can only produce good quality. And those people who are think and producing an artwork, they will produce one jar which is artwork. But somebody who's doing 200 pieces, he'll produce 20 jars which are really good quality artwork. So that's all I need to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Neeraj. I think you have made a point, and I think even though there is a quantity in Rajasthan, I think you have made a point that we should definitely deregulate and let the institutions, let them on their own, like in most other developed worlds, excel ahead. Now, I have to inform all of you a statistic, because we have 85 universities in Rajasthan, and we only have 2 institutions in the top 100 of NRF ranking. So if there is quantity, and we believe quantity will bring quality, why aren't more institutions in the rankings? Why aren't more institutions reflecting amongst the top institutions of India? And I think I will go back for the motion to debate further to Professor Dr. Suchi Sharma to make her statement, her 5 minutes, ma'am, please. You're muted, ma'am.
My namaskar to all. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, NIMS University and Purnima University, and they really have raised such a brilliant conference. And I'm lucky to participate in this. The topic, when it was discussed with me, as Dr. Neeraj Gupta has already pointed out, that it is not something of debate, because my first reaction was it is a dicey topic, high on quantity and low in quality. And I heard this Dr. Puneet Gupta, Anupam Gupta, who spoke against the topic, and Professor Neeraj Gupta, who is for the topic. And now I am again for the topic. So this is not kind of versus debate, whether we should be high on quality or we should be high on quantity. Rajasthan is a big geographical, I think it is the highest, having the highest geographical area in country. And it is the biggest geographically, and it has 352 panchayat samitis and so many panchayats, so many villages, and still almost 75% of the population resides in villages. It is 25%, 25 to 28% maybe urban population, rest is rural population, and the rural extent is up to Jaisalmer, Badmer, and this side on tribal, Maswada, Dungarpur. So it is very easy to say, because I had been secretary in the department, and I took a keen interest towards improving the quality of education in the state, because it really affects, as Anupam was saying, that we are not having dearth of talent, but we really want and we really need exposure. So I worked in that direction. I tried to work to ameliorate the condition of education here, whatever was a limitation with me. First of all, we will have to understand that with this much, it's 7-8 crore population in Rajasthan, big population, big area, remote accessibility, widespread population, and sparse somewhere like in Jaisalmer, Barmer, or some desert areas. So it is very difficult to plan an education system absolutely with a quality education. We have limited resources. The government can intervene. What I believe is that as new education policy has envisioned, that it should be least bureaucratic, and it should be most flexible. The key point of national education policy is flexibility, and I think this flexibility is needed for expansion of education, for expansion of quality education, but we just can't reduce on quantity. We will have to spread colleges, we will have to open more and more colleges, more and more universities to serve the remote areas, to serve the deprived sections of the society. And I think this is the duty of the government, duty of any welfare state. And no one should be deprived of education. What we lack in is quality would, of course, will suffer when we are stressing more and more on quantity. But quantity, because I have seen very closely the system, there are political compulsions also. We have democracy, we have elected MLAs from all the constituencies. They would like to, they promise that there will be a college, there will be a school, and there will be a school for girls, therefore there will be a college for girls, there will be a co-ed college. So many promises the MLAs do in their constituencies before getting elected. And these have to be fulfilled because it is a democratic system. We will have to open the colleges, and of course, they would ultimately serve the people of that area. But now, how to come upon the how to improve the quality of the colleges, that is the biggest challenge for us. And during this pandemic, it was a really very, very big challenge, and it is not a big challenge for even, and not for Rajasthan only, for the whole country, for the whole world. And as Professor Neeraj Gupta was saying, that technology and internet facilities have to be, and even Anupam Gupta also pointed out on that the technical, we will have to improve technologically. We will have to make accessible to all the internet facilities, the hardware, because during pandemic, we could know that when we are not able to open the classes, when we are not able to open the schools, colleges, then we will have to serve our children, serve our students through internet, through our e-learning modes. And what I did, because I really worked on improving the quality of the education, I got e-lectures done by the existing faculty only. Anupam Gupta was pointing out for the faculty also, for the passion of the faculty, but it has to be tapped. And of course, government does play a very important role if there is passion in the secretary sitting over there, in the commissioner college education sitting over there. Those who are in the chair at that time, they will have to be passionate about the quality of education. But of course, the quantity is always needed, and quantity is needed to make the education accessible to all who are in the remote areas. And quantity has to be worked upon by reducing the bureaucratic hassles, and by introducing more and more technology. And we will have to, of course, loosen the strings of the purse also. The government coffer should spend more on education, to spend more percentage of budget on the education, so that the quality is also improved. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your comments. And I think you have made a point that, yes, of course, for the debate, which is that Rajasthan does have many higher education institutions, and it has a mission to educate the rural population as well. And we require to have those institutions. But there is definitely a desire, and I think there has to be internally within the the administration, the desire to do better, and whoever is leading the state in terms of higher education. But it is quite evident that with the number of institutions in the state, there are just probably a few that will come up victorious when it comes to quality, because rest of them have a mission to educating the society. And I think one of the numbers I was told recently is that Rajasthan also has the largest number of women universities. If I'm right, 3 women universities in one state, which is not there in any other part of India. So again, debating for the motion. So definitely there is a challenge with quality, but it is a valid challenge. I would like to go to Dr. Rajesh Kothari from IGFA University, Jaipur, because does this challenge seem valid to you, Dr. Rajesh? And what do you have to say on the topic? And do you think that there isn't a challenge with quality, but perhaps perception, as also mentioned by Professor Neeraj? Do people just think we don't have the quality? So over to you, please, Dr. Rajesh, for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwin, and greetings to all my fellow participants. I'm Dr. Rajesh Kothari. We'll try to say a few words. Perhaps we are not sure what we have to debate and what we have to discuss. We are singing a song which is written by someone else, composed by someone else, audience is different, environment is different, and yet we are trying to say, who the hell decided these 1, 2, 3 parameters will call a quality education? And who has decided this is the quantity? Where the education turns out to be mass education with high rate of casualty. I have been into this field for the last 40 years. And I can vouch, let's not go far off. We stay in Rajasthan, we stay in Jaipur, and see the plight of education delivery, right in Jaipur itself, be it private or be it government university. The purpose of education here is nothing but make people literate, make people aware of alphabets. Forget about qualitative change in human being. We produce large number of engineers and we understand where they stand. We have produced large number of MBA graduates. Finally, they land up where? Getting a peaceful job. Education is not for creating job. My dear participant, understand this. This is not employment generation program. Unfortunately, in the name of higher education, we feel that education is the best, that gets you a job. Forget about it. Education is for enlightenment of the human being, humanity, that we have forgot about it. Therefore, in the name of technical education, the courses which were launched with objective is one, get a placement. Now I had this university, of course, I'm going to retire today from this place. Nevertheless, when you look at the higher education, first thing they ask, not the professor, not the contribution professor, sir, आपके यहाँ placement कितना होता है, मेरा कितना investment है और मेरा क्या ROI आने वाला है. If that are the parameters, I don't think we can debate quantity and quality. It's absolutely relative. 4 लोगों ने मिलकर तय कर दिया कि this is not a scientific tool. कि भाई 120 by 80 is normal PP, right? That they have done after long research. But in terms of higher education, who has decided, look, this ranking is good? I don't agree with this. We are moving in a seamless system. Let people decide, let market decide. I have been teaching finance for years together, and not a single student has ever come back to me and told, okay, sir, we have been asked to draw balance sheet. Why? Because market forces are different, market dynamics are different, clear? So what we produce and what we should do, make people aware, literate, and let Anupam to customize as per his or her requirement one. Therefore, higher education is simply an eyewash. और राजस्थान में जो higher education आप technical, non-technical जो करना चाहते हैं, if I use the word PG program in Rajasthan, and they do PG program either to get a job in a government organization or to get married after completion of 2 years into this MA and MCOM and MSc program. Therefore, the quality is not a debatable at all. The quality is some or the one which is unquestionable, ranking or ranks adopted by one institution is questioned by other. After all, how could you debate the quality? We try to quantify, and anything that you try to quantify, we will be deprived of its aesthetic sense. Therefore, Ashwin, the debate itself has no meaning to me. This debate of quantity and quality has no will lead nowhere. You have first-class engineers, right? Brilliant engineers, because whom you will say the one who has got the better rank is that quality, and ask him to draw a real-time picture and draw. I think Neeraj will agree with me. He will, right? He will not able to draw a sketch. He will not able to draw this. So this is quality. And moreover, for last 1.5 years, we have moved to the online education. And let me tell you, this is the biggest fiasco that we are going to foresee forever. कोई नहीं सुनता, वो जुज्जा ऑन कान में ऑन करा, माइक ऑफ करा, and let people, because बच्चा समझता है, उसको मालूम, उसको कहा गया है, भाई बेटा हम आपको पास करेंगे. You don't have to worry about our lectures. We are not talking about A-list institution. A-list institution is not the whole India population. We are talking about those number of institutions which are down the line. And Rajasthan is no exception point. Therefore, remember, अगर आप education की बात कहते हैं, we have to decide and define very clearly what exactly we want to achieve out of a system. How could a bureaucrat decide that your institute is qualified for this? And surprisingly, how could a person sitting in the office of the government who has never been so serious about it, कल तक वो मत्स्य विभाग को संभाल रहा था, आज शिक्षा में आ गया और उसको कहा जा रहा है कि भाई आप ये प्रोग्राम शुरू नहीं कर सकते. क्यों नहीं कर सकते? क्यों नहीं कर सकते? What is the regulation? Therefore, जब हम एक बाउंड्रीलेस एजुकेशन के मूव करते हैं, एक सीमलेस एजुकेशन में मूव करते हैं, तब ये सारे रेगुलेशंस बेकार हैं. प्लीज डिसमेंटल ऑल दीज रेगुलेशंस. ये आदमी को कुंठित करते हैं. आई थिंक सुची जी विल एग्री विद शी वाज सो अपफ्रंट ब्यूरोक्रेट्स, बट नॉट सुची जी की तरह नहीं हो सकते. आप जाइए, एक फाइल दीजिए, एक पेपर निकाल दीजिए. जब तक वो सिस्टम का हिस्सा, जो मैं कोट नहीं करना चाहता, उसका आप हिस्सा नहीं बनेंगे, आपको अप्रूवल टाइम पे नहीं मिलेगी. एंड वी मेक अ ब्रॉड स्टेटमेंट, वी आर हियर फॉर क्वालिटी एजुकेशन. व्हाट एजुकेशन यार? प्रमोटर का तेल निकल जाता है अप्रूवल लेते लेते. सो देयरफॉर, टू गिव इट द चॉइस, I stand for 100% deregulation of education. This should be driven by market forces. कौन कहता है कि मैं मैकेनिकल में यही पेपर पढ़ाऊं? अरे जो मार्केट में जरूरत है, कस्टमाइज करिए, टेलर मेड करिए. नहीं, सब बच्चों को अक्रॉस द स्टेट 5 पेपर पढ़ने चाहिए. क्यों पढ़ने चाहिए भाई? Might possible. We have seen the Kothari Commission on Higher Education, और आज को एक असेसमेंट कर लिया जाए. We discover, we welcome the new things, and we say goodbye to the old things. This is what precisely going to happen. So I'm blunt in saying debate on quantity and quality is of no meaning to me as long as it fails to generate, it fails to make me a sense of being human on this earth. Clear? It doesn't lead me to be an enlightened soul. बहुत अच्छा पढ़ लिख लिया, माँ बाप को अकेले छोड़ के चला गया. You call it quality education. बहुत खराब पढ़ा, माँ बाप को मुझे घर से बाहर निकाल दिया. Therefore, where the purpose of education is not quality, I'm sorry to using this word, the quality will come out of quantity and vice versa has no meaning to me as long as we are not sure what exactly I should do this program. Getting a job is my priority, then I'll suggest forget about higher education. 12th के बाद बच्चों को फैक्ट्री में डाल दीजिए. What China does, the biggest manufacturing sector is China. वहाँ कौन डिबेट कर रहा है आपने बीटेक कराया या बीसीए कराया या एमसीए करा? Just after 10 or 9 year age, they are put into the factory system, and with process time, they turn out to the finest manufacturing sector. Thank you, sir. Thank you. These are my statement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajesh. So you have made a point on deregulation, and I think our purpose of this debate today was not to see which one is right, whether quantity is right or quality is right, but what we wanted to highlight is despite Rajasthan having a large number of universities and colleges and standalone institutions, those featuring in global or national evaluations is very limited. Now, your point which you made is on employment. Rajasthan has a 30%, almost 28.2% unemployment rate. Now, if they were, I would like to, you still use the word quality institutions where not just global, but let's look at national employers would like to come and hire directly from campus. Would we still have these higher unemployment rates? Do you think it's connected? And do you think by having remove deregulation from it, but just the institution itself. Why out of 85 universities in Rajasthan, we only have two in the top 100 of NRF, let alone the global rankings. Global rankings, we only have one from Rajasthan in the top 1,000. So while we remove that, the regulation part, can, if not state, at least private universities excel for global rankings, make themselves as a wanted university, which employers, not just a factory, but I'm saying global employers, the global company will rush to Rajasthan and say, we want to hire the next batch of 100 students from Rajasthan to go global and work in global companies. So there is the core question is, does quantity, while we have quantity, there are a small number of institutions which are focusing on quality, but there are challenges, I understand. So that's my point I would like to add there. I think both of the parties have made valid points. There is quantity, but I think nobody has been able to answer how do we make quality stand out. One is remove regulation, fine, I mean, I can understand that. But even with the current regulation process, how can you be different? How can you join the other university which is already in the ranking, beat them, and go ahead and feature as one of the top universities in the world? I see two hands up. First, I'll go to Professor Neeraj, and then I'll go to Mr. Anupam. Over to you, Professor Neeraj.
Yeah. See, one thing, Ashwin, I would very strongly believe, government का कोई रोक नहीं है अच्छी quality के पर. We are, as an institution, solely responsible. Nobody stops me from delivering good quality if I want to. It is a value which we should stand for, and this is exactly what Mr. Bheel was talking today morning. That it is like sustainability. It is a value, and when it comes to bridging the competency gaps, there are institutions who are doing it. It may just so happen that they do not have the wherewithal to enter into the complex platforms of ranking. So that ranking is a separate breed in itself. I mean, that's a separate branding game. I can compare it with architecture. There are buildings clad with all the glass all around facing on the west side, yet they have a green certification because they are putting up high quality glass there, very, very expensive things. As against that, we have traditional vernacular buildings here which are as thermal comfortable. They don't go in for green rating. So that is where also there are institutions, a large number of them, who do not have, they would not invest their time and energy into going for a rating system because they believe what they are doing is in any case good quality and is producing things. There were times when institutions did not even seek AICTE approval. One thing, approvals and regulatory framework is absolutely required, and I can say at least in Rajasthan it has been more than liberal, and it has allowed so much of flexibility to all the institutions to excel. Otherwise it would not have happened. So this is what I mean. Our mindset has to change. I would say we must plan for quantity and aim for quality. Then only it can work. If you only plan for quality and aim for quality, it will never work. That is one thing for sure, sir.
Indeed, great point, Professor Neeraj there. So the onus is on institutions, right? I mean, I think that's what it's coming down to. Despite whatever we have, is the institution, are you as an institution able to give up on the number of seats you have to give put out for students every year and focus on quality? Because, for example, the IITs, those, and I'm told the story continuously, and I can't remember which Indian industrialist mentioned this, when their ward wanted to get into the IITs, he was not able to because, of course, the cutoff was very high. But then he managed to apply to Stanford, which is much easier, right? So are we able at private institutions to at least up the level somewhat and be able to increase the quality of intake, start with that, increase the quality of research as well, because that is a perennial problem in India. And I think that will help with companies like Celebral Technologies. How can you collaborate with industries at the early stage and be able to make the difference? So Anupam, you had a point to make, so I'll go over to you, and then I'll go around and see if there's anything else you'd like to add.
Yep, couple of points. First of all, yeah, good to see so much passion on this topic, right? I'm sometimes confused in this debate who's for, who's against. And I would like to use the term that we are all in violent agreement about the challenges, right? So, and it's quite violent, as I can see. One thing we all can agree, bureaucracy has to go. right? The less bureaucratic we are, the more onus we pass on to the institutions, and they're doing a fantastic job. I'll take example of Purnima University. Now, with universities, we have a bit more leeway, right? We can augment the curriculum. We can put forth our own curriculum out there, and that's what we are doing, working closely with Purnima University and Microsoft. So now what we have done is we have mapped the regular engineering curriculum, at least in computer science, to what Microsoft does in Microsoft Cloud and other technologies, right? Not taking away the fundamentals, but teaching them how a top cloud company, what technologies they would be working on and so on, right? So, and I don't want to downplay the importance of employability, right? Yes, education should not be only about employment. I totally agree with that point, right? And it should not be about only vocational training, right? In fact, as I said, my father is from R.I.S.E. and he used to go and take lectures there as an alumni. We talk about practical training, and what he used to always say is, theory पढ़ने का time यही है जब आप college में हो, right? आप एक साल ग्रेजुएट होने के बाद थ्योरेटिकल पॉइंट्स दे सकते हो जो एक 10 साल काम किया हुआ सुपरवाइजर नहीं दे पाएगा, उसको आपसे 10 गुना वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग है, राइट? So I'm not downplaying the importance of fundamental education, and it should not be only about employability. But I also don't want to downplay employment as if it's just a money-making thing, right? Everybody, a lot of people are entrepreneurs out here, right? So let's be honest about it, right? And yes, we have been doing a lot of low-quality work up till now, but I personally want to change that. In fact, I would encourage all of you to come and see the kind of work we are doing in technology in Jaipur at Celebral Technology and similar companies, right? It is not some downtrodden low-tech work that is coming from US or Europe, right? We are doing strategic work. We are at the cutting edge of technology right now, right? So we are moving from just doing low-tech. So think of it like what China did for manufacturing. You start with low-end manufacturing, then you get to a place where you can manufacture something like an iPhone, right? So we are in that journey and we are getting there, right? But points well taken. Yes, it's not just about employment; it's about fundamental education for various other, positive reasons. Right. Two trends I would like to quickly point out that COVID has exposed or introduced us. Online education will have a role to play. Right. I personally spend at least 20 hours a week on YouTube. That's how I learn. Right. It could be any topic. It could be some research that Tesla might be doing. It could be something Google or Microsoft is doing. Some debate here and there, debates like this, right? So for me, that's a source of constant learning and education, right? As a student, if I miss something in the lecture, maybe 15 minutes, I could not, keep pace with the rest 45 minutes of the lecture, right? Now I can pause and rewind and I can, use those benefits. So online education will have a role to play. Second, this global pandemic has accelerated remote working and outsourcing. This pandemic has done for outsourcing what demonetization did for digital payments, right? Outsourcing had to happen, but this has accelerated that to many folds. Our company has grown by 300% just during pandemic. Why? Because a company sitting in America or Europe is thinking, if I have to get work done with somebody working remotely, why can't that guy be in India? Why can't that guy be in Jaipur, right? So this, you're going to see a very sharp trend on work coming to India, right? One last point, I don't believe in this, we have this demographic dividend. Demographic dividend is useless if it is low in quality, right? You look at Israel, you look at Netherlands, I'm looking at some points, they are leaders in innovation and entrepreneurship, right? They don't need big numbers, right? If you don't do well, we can lose out to any small country. We're losing our garment industry to Bangladesh, right? So let's not, glorify this, demography dividend and quantity. Quality has to come. Yes, it's a process. We all need to work towards it. We are doing our bit with institutes like Pune University, where if it is RTU scenario, we try to augment it. If it is a deemed university scenario, we try to replace the curriculum as much as possible to make it more current, something that can be updated every quarter. So yes, we all need to work together, and we are doing our bit. So with that, I would like to conclude my thoughts here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anupam. I think you made a point that everyone on the panel agrees that there is a challenge with the quality. So that's undisputed. But I have a question for Dr. Suchi Sharma. And I think, ma'am, I would like to ask you, and I think academia perhaps is not the first option or the first thing a person would like to do. How do you think, and again, the question more from the government side, do you think the government has a role to play in promoting academia as a first career choice for people from India? And do you think that that would help improve the excitement for the career, for the job in academia, or what do you think is lacking there to get better, not just quality, but faculty who are highly motivated, who love that subject and able to impart that? Because that is a challenge while we talk of quality.
Dr. Ashwin, I fully agree with the challenge for good faculty. And you are asking about how can government help in this? What is the role of the government in improving the faculty, or by giving some encouragement, some incentives so that people are more attracted towards academia? Government has, I think, a very, very limited role, because I have worked with universities. And what I have found is it's very easy to miss people sitting over here, except Dr. Neeraj. He was also in government, and now again he is Vice Chancellor, Central University. He is therefore, what he is talking, I fully agree to Neeraj Gupta ji. The problem with those who are outside government, they just can't, I think this is, they will be having a lopsided view about bureaucracy or bureaucratic processes. The problem with the universities, I have seen the universities working here. 53 universities are there, and 14 universities were government universities, which were in higher and technical education. Besides this RTU and BTU, 2 more universities, almost 17 universities were there in government purview. But I have seen them functioning. I think there is so much, sorry to say this, there is so much, the most of the faculty, the most of the intelligentsia working over there, they are so much indulged in politics, internal politics, leg pulling for each other. They are not always complaining, always, any new thing, any good thing just doesn't happen. I was trying from my level best that there should be, it's a very, very small thing. And Rajasthan, I'm sorry to disagree with Professor Kothari, though he has, I agree to the point that the education system needs overhauling, and some hits should be there at the fundamentals of the education system. But at present, I'm talking about what is existing scenario and how can we improve about that. I have seen them that there is so much infights. I wanted that there should be credit-based system in this continuous evaluation system in universities, because universities are affiliating so many colleges, and almost 12 lakh students are being done by these universities, different universities, MLSU, R.I.S.E University, Sikar University, and so many universities. But there was so much inertia among the faculties, such a big, huge inertia that it had to be, they didn't budge for this CBCS system. Again and again it was repeated, and they didn't accept the CBCS system. And now when challenges like pandemic come, then we are absolutely, as Professor Kothari was saying, that student doesn't know anything about the subject and he is passed. He is getting, and he is very confident he will be passed. There was no process of continuous evaluation, and here government is not stopping them to do any new thing in university, because they have their academic council, they have their BOMs, and they have their dean of council of deans, and so many things are there. They have their system at their place, and they are not taking these minor decisions which changes the syllabus. Government is nowhere interfering in updating the curriculums. As Anupam Gupta was saying, that curriculum is outdated and it is not, even Kothari ji was also saying it should be as per the market demand. I also believe in this. And I have written so many letters from though generally secretaries don't interfere in this field, but I as secretary, because I was so much worried about the education system, it is affecting the whole youth of the country, it is affecting whole youth of the state. And we are saying, as you are saying, demographic dividend, such type of resources just can't give any demographic dividend. The useless, those, they just get the pass degree from BTech, from BCA, and they don't know anything ABC about the computers, they don't know anything about softwares, and they are getting degrees. And here government is nowhere. Government is not stopping them to improve the system. The government is not stopping them to update the curriculum. Government is again and again saying that update your curriculum according to the market demand. Update your syllabuses. The syllabuses, I think, the outdated computer software lectures are still going on in many universities, in many colleges. And sorry to say, these colleges are affiliated to these universities, and our students are suffering. So it is not one-sided thing. Bureaucratic hassles, I agree, fully agree. The one who wants to run a good university, one who wants to update his university, for private university, in context of private university, I'm saying specially, there are so many hassles because we have minister, there are lack in the system. So the system, we don't elect the most educated person as education minister. See, this is an irony. This is an irony. And ultimately, the decisions are taken by the minister only. So what if the secretary is passionate? I will be moving the file again and again. I will be pushing the good things towards him. I would say that, sir, there is a need of change in the system. There is a need of overhauling in the system. But these are the limitations with the government. But no one is stopping the universities to update themselves. They are more busy in infighting. Sorry to say, I have seen them very, very closely. And generally complaints come from them only. One group will be complaining about the other group. So crab mentality, as we say that in India, we just don't grow because of the crab mentality. We would pull the legs, we will try to bring them down, and this is the problem. So this overhauling is also needed in intelligentsia of our universities, of our colleges. So this is, the problem is not a single folded, it's a multi-pronged problem, and it needs multi-pronged solution. So even the intelligentsia, the academia will also have to look into their what are the problems they are facing, how could they improve upon their things. And of course, the national education policy, if it is as secretary, I also formulated state education policy on the lines of national education policy. It hasn't come out yet, and I am still pursuing with the CMO that it should come out, and it is going to give a full flexibility to the education system as a whole when we are in tune with national education policy. But see that it is not an easy task to dilute the ice, to break the ice which has frozen over so long time. So these are the problems.
Thank you so much, Dr. Suchi Sharma. You've opened up a whole Pandora's box towards the end of this discussion. It's getting more exciting. So I think you've touched upon a very critical topic of groups within the institution which probably are impeding the quality movement. And I think that comes to a point of perhaps, do the faculty itself are actually trained and qualified? So I don't know whether I will take a last comment, because we are slightly we are on time. We can take one comment from you all if anybody of you all would like to take it from against the motion, please. Maybe Dr. Rajesh, will go to you.
Yeah. Ashwini, I worked 37 years with the government and last 3 years with the private sector. I've seen the best of both and the worst of both. Finally, I'll observe it is a leader, be it government, be it university, be it college, that will shape the direction of the organization. I worked with the University of Rajasthan, and I fully agree with Suchi ji, kind of politics, kind of one-point agenda, how to get more money without doing least work. Agreed. But there are many genius which have come out of that system only, and they have done the great work at national level. Here, be it Professor Raj Krishna, Professor Daya Krishna, a genius of their own time, Professor N.K. Singhi, Professor K.L. Sharma. You name them and you feel happy that you have been a part of the legacy. Over a period of time, as there have been dilution, it is ironic to say the government universities, I mean, if I'm allowed to say, need to be reinvestigated whether the funding from public exchequer is justified or not. Whose money we are consuming to pay salary to the staff and whose performance is much in doubt. I have worked in both systems. Therefore, I can say if the leader will lead the organization. Same good organization may be destroyed by subsequent leader, and bad organization may be turned up with a good leader. As I've experienced at R.I.S.E Institute of Management, my predecessors, what they have done and what I've done is for everyone. So Ashwin, I will say, it's not a quantity, it's not a quality, it's the attitude that will put me before or after someone else. I think this is all from my side. Thank you. And
thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajesh. So we have the second poll. The second poll is, if you're watching us on YouTube, click on the link in the chat section, or if you are on our platform, a virtual platform, on the right side, click on the poll icon and cast your poll. Do you think, are you able to change your opinion as yet, whether you are still for the motion, you're against the motion, do you agree, do you disagree? And while you're waiting for that, I like to pose one comment. Do you think we should go the US model, where we completely deregularize and let accreditation agencies accredit these institutions and let students be able to decide then on which are the best institutions for them? Because in the US, some of the top institutions which have really large endowments today are private institutions. Some of them are not even accredited if you go to see even the subject accreditation. So do you think that's the way forward? Do you think that's what we should do? I will take, while we're waiting for the poll to come in, I will take this to any of the four panelists here who like to just take a minute, please, to answer that. Professor Neeraj.
Ashwin, it cannot be just one single basket of accreditation. And one thing I can tell you for sure, that accreditation alone shall not serve any purpose. We have seen it in ISO 14,000 models and everything. It just becomes, it will just end up getting into one consultant who knows how to fill up the correct Excel sheet according to getting the grades. And then there are certain, when I get a call with reference to perception, I don't want to get into that people find out कि perception का mail किसके पास गया हुआ होगा. So that system is very intelligent and it is completely transparent in a negative way. One thing. Quality, I remember John Ruskin said, it's never an accident. It is always a result of intelligent effort. And as far as education system goes, it 100% lies in the hands of the leader or the organization who is running the show. You see, tight but light. Surjaram ji Bhil ne bilkul saaf kaha, and I can vouch for him. He said that education ek teacher ke haath mein saunp do and I'll give you the resources and you run it well. I'll not interfere. And that is what is happening. One thing I can tell you, jitna liberalization government kar sakti thi, usse 10 guna zyada kar diya hai. We are not working towards it. I can give you one small example of online exam and offline exams. At Central University of Rajasthan, we did a complete mapping of online exams as well as offline exams. And we find that almost 99% of our faculty members who are working relentlessly to design a good quality examination, the results were exactly the same. I can give you the bell curves and I can give you the complete statistics about it. Only thing is that we have to be committed. जो संस्कार की बात कही ना, मेरा संस्कार ही अगर अच्छी चीज को देने का नहीं है तो किसी भी सिस्टम को मैं करप्ट कर सकता हूं. और सबसे आसानी से करप्ट करने वाला सिस्टम जो है वो accreditation है, because it leads to a competition, it leads to so many other things. And that is something I would strongly against that. Yes, we need that to have a comparison. But it's like credit ranking. You have the best of the credit ranking and the people flee away with all that money. They are the finest companies with the credit rankings.
Yes.
So in India, we really need to have a different system, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. If the team can showcase. Yes, Dr. Rajesh.
See, I disagree accreditation has its own role to play, provided it's a fair and transparent one. There is no fault in the system. Fault lies with the person who operates this system, right? We also run the university. We understand we get several proposals which we turn down. Let our students speak about us. Let the stakeholder talk about us. And therefore, accreditation, if fair and transparent, I'll vote for it. Fair?
Okay.
Thank you.
Point noted. Let's get the poll results up there and see whether there's any sway there. We still have almost the same kind of feeling amongst the people who have polled. We have 60% who agree and 40% who disagree. The number has been a slightly less of those who have polled in, so I can't really say there has been a sway. But there is definitely consensus that quality is low. I think there's a consensus among the panel that the quality is low, but there is a lot more to do. And I think it has brought up a very important discussion here on is on deregularization and infighting, and how do we change the culture amongst some of the institutions as well, which have been there for a long time. So with this, I would like to thank the panelists, Mr. Anupam Gupta, Dr. Sushi Sharma, Professor Neeraj Gupta, and Dr. Rajesh Kothari. Thank you so very much for being such a sport and discussing this very interesting topic with us today. We wish you all the best. And over to Sujismita for the next proceedings.
I thank all the debate participants and our moderator, Dr. Ashwin, for this interesting and engaging exchange of ideas. We'll now take a short lunch break and we'll be back at 1:15 p.m. to continue the conference. I also urge all the delegates and speakers to use this break for networking on the virtual platform. So, see you all at 1:15.
Higher education in a country sets the tone for its socio-economic growth, a powerful means to take a country into the mainstream of globalization. Indian higher education system is one of the largest education systems in the world. This expansive landscape and the myriad options leave the students wondering. An informed choice in such a diverse dynamic ecosystem demands a careful understanding of educational institutions. Rating colleges and universities has turned out to be a need for all the internal and external stakeholders of the education sector. The students, parents, employers, researchers, governments, and all others associated primarily perceive an institution's performance based on its ranking and rating. QS iGauge, a brand incorporated in India as an independent private sector enterprise, specializes in rating higher education institutions in India. The brand brings together global expertise, experience, and reputation of UK-based Quacquarelli Simons, QS that focuses on higher education rating and assessment. QS iGauge rating is customized for higher education institutions in India. The rating provides a unique 360-degree perspective of Indian institutions of higher learning. The rating methodology includes 7 primary criteria and 5 secondary criteria. The same team that produces the authoritative QS World University Rankings and related regional and subject rankings, as well as the globally recognized QS Stars University rating system, closely supervises the processes of QS iGauge. Close supervision by QS Intelligence Unit in London ensures independence, quality, and integrity of the ratings and a global recognition to the institutions. Incorporated in 2018, QS iGauge has till now rated and partnered reputed colleges and universities in India. For building the brand image as a tool to improve an institution's organization and management, as a basis for making important decisions, or for influencing partnerships and collaborations, college and university ratings are a great way to position a brand and help communities make informed decisions. QS iGauge, India's first nationwide higher education rating system, is here to deliver credible ratings with its dedicated efforts.
Welcome back to the Rajasthan edition of the R.I.S.E conference. After the enriching series of sessions in the first half, without any further delay, let us move on to the next session, which is the panel presentation of case studies on Rajasthan as an international higher education hub. To moderate the session, I now invite Ms. Perpetua Rohini, Associate Director of Client Success of QS Unisolution.
Thank you, Suchasmita. Good afternoon, everyone. And it's a pleasure and honor to be participating in an event today with our audience from Rajasthan. I would be glad to first introduce our first speaker, who would be Dr. Suresh Chandra Padhi. A small overview about Dr. Suresh Chandra Padhi. He is a senior academician with administrative and governance experience, has taken over as President, Vice Chancellor of Purnima University, Jaipur. Dr. Padhi began his academic career as a lecturer in Balaji Group of Institutes at Pune in 1998, rising to become the Director of Academics of the entire group of institute in the year 2003, and then as Director of BIIB till he joined with Purnima University. He brings with him a rich blend of academics, professional integrity, and administrative competence. He was one of the key contributors of building a group of B schools from inception to one of the well-known groups in India. His impeccable and proven track record as an able and visionary administrator has enabled him to excel in various leadership roles he played during his career span of 30 years. Dr. Paddy has completed his post-graduation diploma in Marketing and International Business from Symbiosis Institute of Management Studies, Pune, as well as postgraduate diploma in Foreign Trade from the same institute. He has also completed his doctoral studies from D.Y. Patil University, Mumbai. He is socially very active and has made significant contributions in a number of areas. Networking with people is his core strength. His visionary outlook, outstanding leadership, and passion has led him to multiple high-powered committees in various institutions and organizations. Before joining the academics, he has served in the prestigious Indian Army for 7 years, where he has undertaken many administrative duties in both peace and field areas, including the border and uncongenial climatic conditional areas. He has also worked as head HR of CG Coreal Logistics Systems at Pune for a short term, where he has undertaken entire gamut of HR and its operations. He has many journal papers to his credit, which are published in various national and international journals. He has also organized and contributed to several seminars and conferences and training sessions. Without further ado, I would like to hand over the chair and the mic to Dr. Paddy. It's been an honor, sir, to be having you today with us. And I would hand over the mic to you. You could please continue the session.
Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, Dr. Paddy, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this wonderful panel discussion of R.I.S.E conference. Rajasthan is an international higher education hub. I feel privileged that I got this opportunity. I feel privileged that I'm a part of this conference organized by QS IGAUGE along with Purnima University and NIMS University. I feel privileged that I am given an opportunity. Before that, let me tell you why that internationalization of higher education takes place. Why we talk about that? So let me tell you. Generally, if you traditionally see India, it is a home to Nalanda, Takshashila, Vikramashila. In those institutions, in those days, they were attracting thousands of students from all over the world. India was called as Vishwaguru. India was called as one of the prime, the system of, Gurukul, the originator of Gurukul system. So from there, the internationalization has started attracting so many international students to India was there. But in the meantime, somewhere, something got lost and we lost that market. Even today, if I talk about the global leaders like Satya Nadella, like Sundar Pichai, like the other leaders, they are born and brought up in India and they are serving the global organizations and heading the global organizations. So these global leaders, if they can go and work in the international arena, they are also called, it is one type of internalizations. But why the people want to go abroad, or why the people from abroad want to come to India, or something like that, or the internalization happens? The main prime factors for this is, one is the education infrastructure. That is the primary reason. The education, wherever the education infrastructure is good, people want to go there. If the African countries people come, Nepal students do come to India, it's because as compared to that country, India's education infrastructure is better. The other two reasons I can point out is the industry oblique job market and the lifestyle and convenience. These two factors judge whether they will stay in that country or not. We may not able to go to the other country and to stay and live there unless until these two conditions, that industry and the job market is good and the lifestyle and convenience is good. So this is the prime reason, according to me, is the part of internalization of higher education. If I
Dr.
talk
Pari,
about, sorry,
if I could just interrupt, are you trying to share something? Your screen is not shared. We are able to see you. Are you trying to present something, Dr. Pari?
yeah, I had given, but it's okay, not an issue. We can manage it, not an issue.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. If I talk about current the Indian higher education landscape, if I talk about, there are 992,000 universities of our country. 45,000 are the country is there. 45,000 colleges are there in the country. But unfortunate part is none of them appear in 100 best world university ranking. Very few, maybe one or two, but hardly anybody is appearing in the top 100 world ranking university. And the other part, if I talk about, India ranks 72 among the 132 countries in the Global Talent Competitive Index in 2020 when the ranking had started. It means the Indian education system to make the people competitive, the skillful or the employable is 72 among the 132 countries. It means definitely somewhere something is we have not done up to the mark. That I can talk about. If I talk about even the GR, if I talk about start from very high percentage of gross enrollment ratio, Italy is 99%, Australia is 90%, USA is 85%, and but India till today is 26%. Thankfully, we published this, or thankfully, our government has introduced the new education policy. They talk about by 2035 we will be 50% of gross enrollment ratio. Now, if I talk about international of higher education, we are talking about the internalization. Why people go to abroad? Why? What are the reasons? The three reasons I mentioned. But along with that, what is the benefit that internalization happens? One reason, the prominent reason happens is higher employability in the global job market. Now, why the higher happens? It is how higher employability in the global job market happens. It is because of the multicultural environment a student is getting into. And the second reason is higher awareness of global trade, finance, and industry operation happens. They become confident and self-reliant, and they exhibit refined decision-making skills and problem-solving skills. These are the prominent reasons for to make a student come to other country, from one country to other country, and to make him or her eligible to become higher employability in the global job market. These are the skills they gain once they go for they study in the other country, and they go to the other country where the education infrastructure is very much high. The second thing I can talk about, what are the major changes proposed by this national education policy in 2020 as per the internalization or the destination of the global education hub is to be considered. They talk about in the new education policy that India to be promoted as foreign study destination. They talk about in every university or in every college there will be a foreign study destination center where the people will be there in charge to invite the foreign students and to see whether the foreign students, without any hesitation, without any difficulty, they can come and study in the institutions. Similarly, they talk about foreign institutions can set up institutions in India. They try to invite, now they talk about the 100 better universities or 100 good universities of the foreign countries will be invited to set up institutions in India. They talk about by 2030, one large multidisciplinary higher education institutions in every district will be set up. Generally, India has seen in this context, particularly the institutions are into single disciplinary, higher education institutions. By making it multidisciplinary, they will open the plethora, and they will invite the many foreign students to the university. Apart from that, they talk about something like music, art, literature to be taught in all institutions. There will be a single common trust for all the higher education institutions. And the most important thing they talk about, the expenditure on higher education will go from 4% of the GDP to 6% of the GDP. So that is one major changes they have proposed in the national education policy. Next slide. Now, what are the market opportunities as far as the foreign students are concerned, or the internalization of the students are concerned, or internalization of the higher education is concerned? India's outbound student mobility is 375,000 students. Means students from India go to many different countries are approximately 375,000. Out of that, 6.7% of the total mobile student across the world, that is, this 6.7% Indian student contribute to 6.7% of the total mobile student across the world. But India attracts only 50,000 foreign students from 164 countries. Out of that, Nepal, they are contributing 27%, Afghanistan 10%, Bangladesh 4%. It means most of the students are from Nepal, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, and the rest Nigeria, Sudan, and etc. They are the minuscule student, minuscule. So where 375,000 students go from India to different countries, but whereas the India attracts only 50,000 students. So it is definitely there is something wrong we can talk about. India plans to attract 2 lakh students by 2025. That is one major the plan they talk about as per the internalization of the higher education. Next slide. Now, why the students, even those 50,000 students come to India, why do they come? What is the reason for them to come? The main reason is, one, India's rich culture. The second reason is the cost effectiveness of Indian education system. Like the cost of Indian education system is lower and one of the lowest, 1/4 of the cost cited across the other leading university. If they compare Indian education, the cost of Indian education and the cost of the foreign education, or the cost of the education in other countries, it is almost 1/4. So this is one of the reasons why the foreign students are attracted to India. And the third reason is diversity of the courses offered by Indian education system, that is from STEM to artificial intelligence to cognitive computing to yoga to Ayurveda to Sanskrit to classical dances. Almost all kind of diversity of the courses we in Indian higher education systems offer. And third thing, ease of admission. Many institutions, although there are institutions like IITs and IIMs where ease of admission is not that easy, but most of the other universities, the ease of admission to foreign students is little easier. It may be than the other compared to the other students. So these are the competitive advantages why the foreign students come to India to study and take the higher education courses in India. Next slide. And what are the other competitive advantages for a foreign student to come to India? Generally, Indian government has also or is also offering plethora of scholarship to foreign students. One is General Cultural Scholarship Scheme. That is, Indian Council of Cultural Relations is a body, ICCR is a body who offers this kind of scholarship, that is General Cultural Scholarship Schemes, to promote this the cultural of Indian culture in the other countries. They invite the foreign student under this to exchange the cultural different culture, diversity culture. So they invite the foreign students. Similarly, they have another scheme called Cultural Exchange Program Scheme. The Indian art, culture, etc. is promoted in different level. So in that scheme also they invite the students for various programs, various universities, various to undertake various courses. The third kind of this scholarship is Study in India program. The Study in India program, which launched by Ministry of HRD on 18th April 2018 by Association of Ministry of Education, Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Home Affairs, and Medical Council of India. All four come together and they launched the program called Study in India program. And in that many scholarship are initiated from 25% to 100% scholarship is given to many meritorious students. And in that scheme, it launched 18 April 2018, and here in this many countries have signed the MOU, and they collaborated with them so that the many students can come to India to study in India. And the another scheme is a scheme of promotion of academic and research collaboration by Ministry of HRD. It is launched on October 2018, where the research scholars are invited, to joint research with the Indian counterparts, and so that the researcher can come to India and to study in India, do research in India. And the another scheme is scholarship to meritorious foreign students, and where they talk about the meritorious scholars, foreign student will be given a lot of scholarship, and they are invited to study in India. Nowadays, they talk about there will be a common entrance test called INSAT for all the foreign students who are willing to come to India. There's no need of one university is taking another test, another university is taking another test. So for the students who are coming from foreign or the side of the country, they should not face any kind of problem. So government is proposing a common entrance test called INSAT. So recently they have launched it, and I hope next time or the next year onwards it will be launched fully. Now, if I talk about Rajasthan, this is I spoke to about the internalization of the higher education, the scenario of internalization of the higher education in all India level. But if I talk about our topic, the status of higher education in Rajasthan, or the Rajasthan as a hub of international education, Rajasthan has the highest number of universities, 78 plus university, including government and private university, both put together. And second, if I talk about 3 universities are exclusively for women. We have 3 universities which are exclusively for women. The 4th highest number of private and government colleges, if I talk about across the India, the Rajasthan has 4th highest number of private and government colleges. And the 4th reason why the Rajasthan is chosen as an international higher education hub is quality educational institute at a lesser expenses. Generally, the cost is very less in Rajasthan. Apart from that, we have the School of National Importance like IIT Jodhpur, MNIT, IIM Udaipur, AIMS Jodhpur. There is also a nanotechnology center at Kota Technology University. There is a triple IT in Kota, Central University in Rajasthan. So these are the benchmark universities, institutes. Apart from the 78 universities are there in Rajasthan. This is a a destination for anybody who want to pursue their higher education, because they can afford it, they can get quality education, they can get into the Rajasthan culture. And also Rajasthan is renowned as an international tourist place. It has the culture, it has its own heritage, it has its own system in place to attract the international tourists. People know Rajasthan as a hub for the guest relations, and they know if they come to Rajasthan, it means they will not face any problem because it is a renowned international tourist place. They know if they come here, then definitely they can be in a better place. Yes, second. Now, why we are talking about Purnima University as a forthcoming international higher education hub? We are in Rajasthan. I just want to case Purnima University for the Rajasthan so that we can understand better. In Purnima University, the School of Engineering and Technology, the 18th best private engineering institute in the North Zone. It is the recent Times Engineering in 29 June 2021 they published. Similarly, the School of Management and Commerce is the 66th best B school in the country, Purnima University. That is the Times B School ranking in 2021. Purnima University as such, as a whole university, is ranked top 47 private university in our country as per the India Today, and School of Computer Science and Engineering is ranked one amongst top 63 BCA colleges in the country as per the India Today, and School of Planning and Architecture is ranked one amongst top 7 private architecture college in the country. That is as per the Outlook on 17 June 2019. So this
Dr. Pari, if I may just interrupt, sorry, we are just almost reaching your time slot, so I request you to kindly speed in or wrap up.
2 minutes?
Sure, please.
Okay, next slide,
Thank
please.
you.
So then again, I can talk about Purnima University, a forthcoming international higher education hub. We are offering variety of courses in multiple disciplines, adopting global standard of choice-based credit system, and we have the smooth admission process of international student with the dedicated office and counseling team. We provide the bridge course for language, learning level, and technology gap. Then we adopt a flexible academic and assessment environment with proper mentorship support and dedication session for this communication skill and academic enrichment. It is not that any student comes from foreign country, we say, oh, you don't know. We try to handhold in every step, from culture to communication to language to bridge course to learning level, to every step we help them so that they can be with us and feel that they are with us. Next, please. My last slide. Then we do the dedicated efforts to bridge the cultural gaps and ease of mingle with Indian and foreign native students. The quality of life environment, they stay in their university campus to hostel and guest house. Adaptability with their food habits and cultural practice. We provide excursion program and excellent sports facility we provide. I can tell you the case. As a culture, Purnima University was not providing non-veg to any students, but when the foreign student came, to adopt their culture, to enhance and to appreciate and to accept their culture, we try to also accept that non-veg food habit in our hostels. So that kind of adaptability, acceptability as a Purnima University we try to provide. Similarly, they have coming from many culture background. We try to give send them to different cultural aspects by providing many sports activities, by cultural activities, so that they will understand our culture, we will understand their culture. We also allow them to perform their culture in our campus. So this kind of acceptability, adaptability we provide, so that we as a Rajasthan can become one of the international higher education hub. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Padi, and for the insights that you have shared with regards to incoming and outgoing students, what are their opportunities and what are the reasons, and how India as a hub to invite more students from abroad. Those areas that you covered was certainly informative. So thank you very much, and have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
Next, we would like to introduce Dr. Pankaj Singh. He is the director of NIMS University. He is a neurosurgeon by profession. So throughout his education, he has been a meritorious student, holding top ranks in 10th, 12th, and AIPMT examinations. He has completed his MBBS from country's premier medical institute, King George's Medical College, Lucknow, and completed his PG from SN Medical College in surgery, Agra. Soon after completing his post-graduation, he went ahead to Royal Hampshire Hospital, Sheffield, UK. He completed his neurosurgical training as well as gamma knife radiosurgery training, and UPMC Pittsburgh, USA. Both of them considered to be the best neurological centers in the world. Dr. Singh also completed his MRCS from Royal College of Surgeons, Edinburgh, UK, and he became the member of Royal College of Surgeons. So due to his outstanding contribution in medical research, he has received many international awards, including prestigious Young Neurosurgeon Award. He was the first person to receive this award in the UK, so congratulations, sir, for that. He also finished MBA from London Business School and has successfully established 4 startups in UK. One of it is listed among the top 50 companies in the UK. He is very well recognized in the field of medical research and has published more than 70 publications in top journals, delivered more than 50 international lectures. He has also authored a number of international books, also keen innovator and loves designing surgical instruments. So he holds many patents against his name. After gaining incredible international exposure, Dr. Pankaj Singh has joined NIMS University as a director in 2016, and he is determined to steer NIMS University right to the top under his academic leadership. So thank you for joining, Dr. Pankaj Singh. I hand it over to you, and you would have 15 minutes for your session as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Roni, for such a generous introduction. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We are able to hear you, Doctor. We can hear you, Doctor.
Oh, you can hear it. Thank you very much. So first of all, thank you very much for such a generous introduction, and thanks for organizing such a fantastic conference and clubbing all the eminent personalities together. I would especially like to thank Dr. Professor B.S. Tomar, who is our chairperson, and for being there as a support, and Mr. Rahul Singhi, who is the co-founder and director in Purnima Group. So very dynamic and energetic young man. I would like to extend my special thanks to Dr. H.S. Rana, who is Principal Director in the Institute of Public Administration. Dr. Shuchi Sharma, retired IAS, deserves another mention. Professor Neeraj Gupta, Dr. Hari S. Sharma, Dr. Anthony Rice Williams, and Dr. Ashwani Fernandez, all the team members from NIMS side and rest of the side. Also, Dr. Anil Purohit, who is founder, president, and CEO of Jodhpur School of Public Health. Mr. Sujaram Meel, chairman of CIT in Jaipur. Professor Sucheti, Dr. Rajesh Kothari, Dr. S.C. Pandey, who is the Dr. S.C. Paddy, who is the president in Purnima University, along with Mr. Anupam Gupta and Mr. Sachin Kumar. So all of you guys are most welcome, and thank you very much for such a fantastic platform. Coming quickly to my presentation today is I've kept it quite focused, and I'm trying to address only one aspect of the sphere, and so how we can improve the quality of medical and dental education. Being a doctor, being a neurosurgeon, that is our core strength and core specialty. So I would like to keep it focused there, and how Rajasthan can play an increasingly important role to make us as an international educational hub. So next, please. Next, yeah. So if we start with few quick fact check. So India is the largest producer of doctors, which probably most of you guys might know. And we produce around 80,000 doctors per year. It is also the biggest exporter in terms of, we say exporter or brain drain, whatever you like to call. But 10% of doctors world over, including UK and US, they are Indian doctors. Still, we have got the lowest doctor-patient ratio per 1,000 beds, which is a thing to worry about. And as of 2020, we have got 535 medical colleges in India, including private as well as government sector. A combined capacity of around 80,000 students we can produce per year. And the top medical college is without doubt remains All India Institute of Medical Sciences, which is in Delhi. Second, please. Same with the dental colleges. We have got this around 259 colleges providing MDS and 313 in BDS. A total number of dentists around 27 lakhs in India. Next, please. If you see the top 10 countries in terms of quality, so quality is very important. When you talk about quantity, it has to be quality which you talk first. So United States of America is the #1 in terms of the best quality doctors producing in world, followed by United Kingdom, Germany, France, Switzerland, Canada, Italy, Australia, Austria, and Greece. All of them, they are developed countries, and India is India is not nowhere there. So now next please. Next please. If you see this slide shows the ratio. Sorry, the back, go one back please. So basically the ratio of per say 1,000 people, how many physicians we have. So it's a doctor-patient ratio. In India, there are around 7 physicians per 10,000 people, which is one of the lowest in India. Even Mexico, Brazil, rest of the country are far better. Japan is of course one of the top ranking country in that. So we have to do something in that regard. Next, please. So quality of medical education, why it's dropping? And this is the basic question which I try to answer in this particular presentation. So most important one is the student-related factors. We can divide into seven headings really. So students-related factors, faculty-related factors, institution-related factors, governing bodies related factors, parents, they can be responsible in some other way, society, and technology-related factors. Next, please. So if you're coming to the student-related factors, what are they? So lack of interest is a very common, occurrence. Nowadays, students, they don't take that much of interest in studies. They don't work hard. They want easy lifestyle. They lack respect for their seniors, and there is no pressure. Faculty-wise, if we say the same thing, the lack of interest is a common factor among the top 3 factors. Lack of hard work again follows by lack of interest, and that concludes to the lack of knowledge, and they remain less motivated, and also technology is not adopted very fast by the faculty. Institution is the same, and the new factor in institution is basically they lack funds, especially the private setups, private colleges, and they are unable to put the pressure on students to study hard, especially with phone calls coming from politicians and other people, bureaucrats, to pass someone who doesn't deserve the pass mark. So next, please. Governing bodies like NCI or R.I.S.E, sometimes they don't have any priority, they don't have any clear policies. Poor leadership remains one of the important aspects in India, which we need to address slowly. Parents-related factors, again, they want shortcuts. They can't mount pressure on their kids. Sometimes they can have poor understanding of medical education, and there can be generation gap. Society as a whole, we set wrong example, and it can be money-centric, money-driven. Shortcuts can be there, and there are lots of corruption in India, obviously. Technology-related factors, lack of adoption of technology is quite common in India, and there may be too much indulgence on WhatsApp, Facebook, so that can be a counterproductive side as well. Next, please. So what are the components of medical education, quality medical education? We can divide into 4 aspects. So number 1, we need to impart them with the academic excellence. Whatever they have read, they need to master the theory and the books. Second is vocational. So it has to be, practical knowledge or hands-on practice-oriented education, especially in medical and dental. You cannot just, make someone doctor by mugging up the books. Like some doctors are coming from China, they never see patients, they never touch patients. So that is not acceptable. Ethical aspects should be there. The patient, it should be patient-centric, and money should be the byproduct of your services, as we always say. We need to build character as a whole in doctors and medical fraternity. And if you see the overall personality should be developed. So these 4 are the criteria. They remain the bottom line of any good medical institution. Next, please. So this is here. I'm trying to show a survey this was done by Outlook magazine, and it is basically tried to kind of rank the hospitals, the medical colleges in India and dental colleges in India. These are the criteria basically. So 2019 we have got the rank. So name of the institution, city, private versus government. So P represents private and G for government. The number 1 criteria was the selection process. selection process is basically how rigorous and how tough the selection process is. They gave mark out of 200. Academics, the top is mark was 250. And the third was personality development as a whole, how you develop as a doctor or dentist, that person. How is your infra was scored for 175 marks, and the placement or the graduate outcome was 175, and then overall score was 1000. So next, please. If we see here, All India Institute of Medical Sciences ranks top, number 1. So if we see here, basically they scored 880 marks out of 1000, which is a pretty high score. So 88 point they're scoring. But if you see here where they are scoring, so scoring is, of course, selection process is quite rigorous. So 177. So it's very tough to get entry in AIIMS, as few of my previous colleagues, they agree. And but still, it is less, rigorous than Armed Forces Medical College Pune. So FMC is even more rigorous, but still they are scoring high purely because if you see the column number 3, the personality development and exposure of the students is highest in India, in one of the highest in India in All India Institute of Medical Sciences, and that's where they are scoring. Also, academic is very high, and infrastructure is probably okay, but good in a way. So not better than FMC Pune. And placements, so they are not in as demand as in FMC. So FMC is scoring, quite a few criteria better than them. Still, they are better. So next, please. So CMC Vellore, CMC, St. John's, they are scoring, higher in a few aspects. Say like, CMC, St. John's is more in personality development, but still at the same time, you need to look after the academics as well, where they have lagged, scoring 145 only. Next, please. So this continues, the list continues. The number 5 is Jipmer Pondicherry, and then faculty of FMS King George Medical College, Lucknow, where I'm graduated from. It comes on number 6. 7 is Grants Mumbai. And next, please. Then top 12 they have included. Then IMS BHU is Varanasi, Mumbai CG, and then Karnataka and Maulana Azad Medical College is on 11th. Bangalore is on 12th. Next, please. Next, please. So if this, in this particular slide, I'm trying to basically conclude whether it makes a difference if you are a private medical college or whether it makes a difference whether you're a government medical college. If you see here, the ratio is, just go one slide, please. So out of top medical colleges, 12 were private medical colleges. So it's not making a huge difference whether you are private or government. In fact, CMC, which is ranked 3 as a whole, is the top in private medical college, followed by St. John's and Kasturba, Manipal, and Amrita. Next, please. So as see, this list continues and it goes to Lucknow Era Medical College, which is one of the newcomers on the list, ranked number 25, but none of them they are from Rajasthan. Next, please. Same story with dental colleges. Top is Maulana Azad Institute of Dental Sciences in government, ranked 1, and then KGMC is again on 6th here, but none from Rajasthan. Next, please. And in private, CMC Crystal Dental College in Ludhiana is top. And again, there is no one from Rajasthan, no entry from Rajasthan. Next, please. So this is, I'm a big follower and fan of Mahatma Gandhi. What he says is that by education, I mean an all-round drawing of the best in child and man in the body, mind, and spirit. So it has to be a 360-degree development if you're trying to, nurture excellent dentists or doctors. Next, please. So what are the components? So same thing recapped here again: academic excellence, vocational expertise, ethical aspects, and overall personality development. So let's see how we can achieve it. Next, please. So basically, it's no-brainer. there are only 3 places where we can check medical or dental students. So there, one is entry. So we need to make the entry as rigorous as we can. So it has to be methodical, it has to be objective, and it has to be consistent. So there should be no loopholes, no chance of corruption while we are entering as a doctor or as a dentist in any institution. So that is the quality control one, which has improved after NEET, which I do agree. Previous NEET, it was very, very bad situation, especially with lower scoring medical colleges in government or private institutions. Second is during the training. We need to provide rigorous training to them while they are on board. And there should be no shortcuts, no cutting the corners while providing the training. It's hard work for both faculty as well as the students. And third time is exit. And when they are exiting, you cannot show any mercy to them and give any pass marks based on any concessions or any subsidies there. So you have to be very, very rigorous, which has also been addressed by NMC. And in 23, there will be a combined aggregated entrance examination, which is called NEXT. So it will be a national level exit examination that will take care of this thing, I hope. So next, please. So again, entry should be tough, fair, competitive. I mentioned these things, NEET versus direct. Next, please. In training, we have to make sure that we are creating a safe doctor or dentist. So that is the buzzword here. We cannot let these guys, go and stray around purely because we need to train them in a way they can treat the society as a safe doctor or dentist. We need to give them sufficient skills, and they can render all emergency and almost all elective procedures. So there is no shortcuts for emergency. If someone sees an emergency, whether it doesn't matter which college they are from, they have to be equipped with the skills. They can deal the emergency, they can save the life of a patient then and there. And then they should be knowing all the electives, most of the electives there. They can perform ER emergency CPR, and the objective accessible criteria should be the base of your training, and it should be within the NMC or DCI framework. Next, please. Training, again, lectures should be as per timetables, content, multimodal teaching, wards, clinics, theaters, evening clinics, lab, and dissection halls. We all know these things, but the only thing as a mentor, as a leader, our responsibility is to make sure we implement them rigorously. Next, please. And this was my final slide really, and we are open for questions or panel discussion now, if you have any. It's a very simple thing which I've said. It's kind of like verbalizing the obvious, but I think as a leader, as a mentor, or as a teacher, it's our responsibility to make sure that we implement all these things rigorously, and then only we can produce excellent doctors, as an excellent dentist, which India as well as the world can be proud of. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pankaj, for the insights shared with the statistics that shows how better we could improve the quality of providing education and producing quality doctors to this entire globe. So thank you so much for the insights, and thank you for participating in this event. It was an honor to have you on our program today. So thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So without further ado, I would like to probably speak a few words about move on. Could we please have the slide 2? Thank you. So as Dr. Paddy and Dr. Pankaj were mentioning, the interest to open up or increase the number of students to travel from abroad to come and study in India, to have India as a popular destination for students to coming from abroad. What is the main important factor, or one of the key factors that would matter, which would come under the internationalization efforts and long-term institutional improvement? So in our 30 years of global research, QS has determined that universities have improved in reputation and ranked through significant improvements in a range of key factors. This definitely would help as a sign for a student when they are trying to look at destinations when they plan to study abroad, and kind of a ranking that gives the students to analyze and decide on what universities that they could go to. So there are several fundamental factors that contribute to long-term institutional sustainability, particularly when it comes to internationalization and faculty to student ratio, which we would be seeing in the next slide, please. Thank you. So here we are able to see it's a clear percentage of international faculty, the percentage of international students, and the citations per faculty ratio are all key drivers of high-performing institutions. This is a comparison that we are showing from year 2021 to 2020. So 64% stayed with 100 places of their 2012 position, where 28% fell 100 places or more, and 8% has shown improvement 100 or more. Next slide, please. And if you see over a decade of growth and internationalization for global universities, if you specifically look at Asia Pacific, we have international faculty, which has grown from 47 to 105, and also the citations per faculty ratios from 7.5 to 32.5, and also international students from 615 to 1044. So the various topics or the university ranked on these parameters across geographies over these years. Next slide, please. So how did we, or how did the universities were able to adapt to internationalization efforts during the COVID? So student mobility and joint research were the most affected internationalization programs. Some of the institutions had to find new funding since COVID started to continue the existing collaborations. One of the most important things most institutions have ensured is that they are in active contacts with their partners through online communication platform. But institutions think that this pandemic could push them to creatively use online mechanism in the future. So what are the possible future benefits that this pandemic has shown way through or taught us? So replacing paperwork with digital processes, including data exchanges through network, reducing administrative burden for students and employees through digitalization, like application, a very initial step of applying to a university. So students do visit the college, try to interact with administrative staff, trying to get help on filling the form. Now it is much faster and easier because it is all digitalized now. The current situation has led to digitalization of application, and also creating digital infrastructure to increase the scope of various programs and improving technical solutions for student mobility. Most institutions think that the internationalization would become more important post-COVID. Could you please go to the next slide? Now, shifting towards the virtual mobility exchange. In fact, virtual mobility has been prevalent even before COVID, maybe at a lower percentage of just 2% of overall student mobility. Even though there are advantages with virtual mobility for students, teachers, and institutions, there are fears that student, parent, and employers may consider it as inferior. When Dr. Pankaj mentioned about the quality that has to be maintained, there is kind of a fear or a back foot when somebody talks about virtual programming. So it is as inferior compared to physical mobility. So virtual mobility has multiple challenges, which are under organizational, which could be planning, logistics, legal framework between institutions, pedagogical challenges, so pedagogy changes, interaction methods and assessments, everything becomes digital. Then technological challenges, are we technologically equipped, or are we in par with meeting the demands of technology? So For that, we need to have appropriate technologies and also the relevant training to use it. And quality assurance is very important to ensure virtual mobility is a success. So European Union's handbook on virtual mobility is an example that can be used to ensure quality. Could we please go to the next slide? Next slide, please. So here we are trying to see what are the initiatives Move On has rendered to support the virtual world. Next slide, please. So here we speak about Move On Hub. This is a free platform that institutions can use worldwide to help further or exploration option in their internationalization efforts. Any international or mobility office employee of an institution, they can simply register for free on this platform, that is Move On Hub, and be a part of the hub, which would host similar users from other institutions worldwide. So what does this platform offer? It offers an access to higher education directory with around 7,000 plus institution profiles listed in the directory. So you could explore your options and widen your spectrum of trying to connect with partners across the globe. And each institution, so how do you manage to filter or analyze and understand, okay, I would like to have a partnership with this university across the globe. So there are certain parameters with which you will be able to identify or bring down your options or narrow down your options to, where each institution profile, which is updated in Move On Hub, apart from the basic data that institution performance like data rankings, reputation, international students, faculty, all these details are available. So these parameters will help you ascertain to develop a partnership with such universities across the globe. So users will be able to find potential partners for internationalization through profile search. Users can maintain their institution profile to attract potential partners as well. Institutions through the hub can get access to their own data exchange platform called Move On Lite for free, where you find the link to Move On Hub in the bottom of this slide. So you could click on it and try to explore more details after you register into it. Could you kindly move to the next slide, where we could see something more about what Move On Lite is all about. This helps exchange data with your partners worldwide. It's a free tool where each registrant could get to manage their data exchange related to mobility processes with your worldwide partners. And what is the benefit of using Move On Lite? While you're connecting with the institutions across the world, you're expanding your network, and you can get digitally connected with the partners. And what are the capabilities? You can do basic management of various types of partnerships with partners, can manage your student mobility. You can do mobility nominations with their partners digitally. Universities can also extract reports associated with their partners and mobility. Next slide, please. So what is Move On? It's primarily a tool which helps the international offices manage their international partnerships, mobilities including EWP, data storage and reporting, scholarship management, interfaces, and integration with other tools that the universities are currently using. So all this is digitally managed. The current situation of pandemic has, I would say, encouraged, or in other words, pushed each one of us to get more digitally equipped to understand how to digitalize our efforts, which will reduce manual errors and a lot of manual time that is being invested in managing such activities. Next slide, please. So how Move On helps manage international partners and partnership? As we already discussed, to record and track your partnership, create and manage partnership agreements. It's in a centralized area, which is secured on a cloud solution. You can record and update partner contacts and various activities associated with respect to partnership. It's a 360-degree view of global partnership available at a click of a button, and automation and bulk actions to manage workflows, and publish mobility partnership for your students and reports to your executive leadership. So if a student is exploring opportunity of trying to study abroad, so you could also publish what are the mobility options the student can choose. And if there are partners trying to explore partnership with your university, you will be able to publish more details about it. And also your executive leadership is looking for some kind of analysis or a report. It could be easily derived out of Move On. Next slide, please. So as we already discussed or mentioned about managing partners and mobilities, so student mobility is a great volume of data that is being managed. So when you're able to manage mobility volumes and process easily and effectively, so student mobility applications, we are moving from paper applications to digital form of applications for both outgoing and incoming, and you're able to manage volumes of mobility applications easily and quickly. You can also customize the tool and parameters to meet your institution specific needs, digitize mobility process with partners through EWP, that is Erasmus Without Paper and Move On networks. You can generate and manage student mobility related documents using single click action, using templates, because there are a lot of documentation, especially when you are managing students, international students. So instead of saving it in a file on your system desktop or in file folders, you could definitely manage completely on Move On. And there are templates that are available, which you could use for collecting documents or emailing or communicating with the partners or students. Then communicate appropriate students using email templates with student data, which I just told you, and record and manage grants, funding for mobility and other programs, and extract reports and also publish it online. So I have tried to quickly give some details or information about Move On Hub, and Move On Lite. I thank you very much for this opportunity and time given, and I wish all the best to each and every academician participated here, and people who are watching it through various online medium. And thank you to iGauge as well. Thank you, Susmita.
Thank you so much, Dr. S.C. Pari, Dr. Pankaj Singh, and our moderator, Ms. Perpetua Rohini, for the interesting presentations. Moving on, we will now move on to the next presentation titled Measuring Institutional Quality and Excellence through QS iGauge. And I invite Mr. Sachin Kumar to moderate the session.
Thank you, Suchishmita. So I'll quickly take you through the presentation of QS iGauge rating, and we'll discuss how the institutional excellence and quality can be measured by using QS iGauge rating. Let me just share my screen. Yes. So hope you all can see my screen now.
Yes, Mr. Sachin.
So QS iGauge is India's first nationwide higher education rating system that we have developed, and it was launched 3.5 years back in the year March 2018. As far as the mission of the organization goes, we goes by the broad level mission of QS, that is to enable motivated people around the world to fulfill their potential by fostering international mobility, educational achievement, and career development. So that is actually at the core of all the solutions or products that QS or QS iGauge offers. Those who are not aware, QS as an organization was started in the year 1990 by Mr. Nunzio Quacquarelli, and first project was publishing of top MBA career guide in that particular year. Now we publish highly regarded and respected and widely referred world university rankings, and then lots of regional rankings like Asia rankings, Arab region rankings, etc. Apart from rankings, we also do the ratings of universities and colleges. And in that, with the help of QS stars, we are rating institutions, particularly universities, for last 10 years, more than 10 years actually. And QS iGauge rating we launched specifically for Indian higher education institutions. So QS iGauge is open for both universities and colleges when it comes to the ratings of these institutions. There are some very obvious reasons as why do we need evaluation. We are talking about quantity versus quality since morning, and we discussed it during the panel discussion. We discussed it during the debate as well. So we have the quantity. We have more than 1,000 universities, more than 40,000 colleges. But quality as an aspect is something which QSI Gauge is closely working upon, and we have brought in the global benchmarks in that aspect, and then we further localized it to suit the requirements of Indian higher education institutions. There are lots of universities and colleges which are already trying to achieve global benchmarks, but certainly there are many more who are on the way for it, and those who are looking for such assistance to understand which all areas, which all functions they need to improve upon. And that is exactly where QSI Gauge comes into picture. It certainly helps in overall improvement in performance of the institute in all the aspects. Just a basic clarification on rankings versus ratings, as there is always a confusion on these two aspects. And whenever we talk to institutions, many of them participates in rankings, so they want to participate in rankings, but they may not have very good idea about ratings and what all benefits does the ratings offers over and above and extra to the rankings. So if we talk about rankings per se, they are always a relative performance. So regardless of which ranking you are participating in, and I'm particularly referring here to QS rankings, you will be compared to every other participating university in that particular category. It creates a hierarchical list. So if there are 1,000 institutions, it will tell you what is your rank, in what is your, where do you stand in that hierarchical list. It changes every year because rankings are published every year. It has limited indicators. When we are trying to bring the institutions of various sizes from different domains, from different functions, we need to keep the parameters as generic as possible, and that's why we have limited indicators. To give you an example of QS rankings, we get the data of thousands of universities from more than 50 countries. So, and every country will have their own education system, their own regulators, their own systems and procedures, priorities. So the parameters are designed in such a way so that it suits the requirement of each and every education system that we have. And it certainly puts a lots of emphasis on research. When it comes to ratings, ratings can be much more inclusive and adaptive, because we are not basically comparing you with any other university or an institute which is participating. Rather, we are doing your audit on the basis of certain standard parameters that we have, and we will analyze your data only, and we will put them against the benchmarks that we have internally developed for Indian higher education institutions. It is also following the global benchmarks as we draw our strength and motivation for QS stars rating system. The result of QS iGauge rating will be valid for a 2 years time period, and definitely the indicators are many more. I'll share details about these indicators with you as well going forward. Lower emphasis on research, though, I mean, this is not to say that research is not important, but we understand that, and as we have heard many speakers since morning, there are lots of institutions which are actually solving lots of other problems, like the problem of access, providing education to all, providing education in rural areas. So we certainly do not want to deprive them from of participating in QSI gauge rating. We have given some weightage to research, but not it is not comparable to what we do in case of rankings. Ratings are extremely important. It can help you in formalizing the areas of strength and weaknesses. It can help you understand what are the areas which you can highlight and which probably you can use in all your marketing and outreach campaigns, and can convey the same to the market as well. Whereas, and I think the other and equally important part is, it will also highlight the areas where you need to work upon. That is extremely important, because if you cannot quantify the functionalities of your institute, various functionalities of the institute, then there are very low chances of you improving that particular aspect as well. It will help you in quantifying everything. It certainly helps in overall information gathering and data streamlining. It highlights areas that are not covered in rankings generally. So rankings will tell you that you are getting so and so rank, but they will not tell you how to move from, say, 100 rank to 20. Whereas ratings will do the exact same job. They will help you in understanding what are the areas where you need to improve upon, and then how you can move to the next slot when it comes to rankings. It validates data for future planning, and it certainly helps you in your overall goals and key performance indicators of the institute. This is first of its kind initiative of QS. We don't have any such rating mechanism anywhere in the world, because QS iGauge is specifically curated to suit the requirement of Indian higher education, and it is meant for only Indian universities and colleges. It's a very comprehensive audit of your institution from a global perspective, of course, and it helps you in preparing, promote excellence and quality in India, and certainly aligns with the vision of national education policy as well, which kind of envisages that going forward, uh, all the affiliated colleges slowly and gradually need to either convert them into autonomous degree providing institutions, or they need to collaborate with other institutions to be in that stage where they can provide degrees. It certainly empowers institutions towards capability enhancement. It was officially launched on 21st March 2018 by the former late President of India, Sri Pranab Mukherjee. Moving straight into the parameters that we have in QS iGauge rating. So there are seven core criteria: teaching and learning, faculty quality, employability, diversity and accessibility, facilities, social responsibility, and governance and structure. These are seven core criteria which are compulsory for every participating institute. And then in advanced criteria, a college has the option to select any two out of the six available criteria that we have. So we will do the ratings of a participating institute on nine criteria. But if you are a university, then research is mandatory for you, and then you have the option to select any one of the remaining five that we have. On the right hand side, you can see the respective points which are allocated to them. Teaching and learning is 250, faculty quality 200, and so on. So overall, the maximum marks available will be 1400 for a participating institute. Apart from getting an overall badge for your overall performance, you will also get one badge each for each of the parameter that you are submitting the data for. So you will get a particular badge, say diamond in teaching and learning, or a gold in faculty quality, and a silver in some other category, depending on, of course, the kind of data you submit, and then basis on the score that you obtain in that particular category. Highest possible badge is platinum, then diamond, gold, silver, and bronze. To get a diamond rating, you need to score 1050 points. So in fact, both the hosting partners of this particular event are being rated at this point of time by QS iGauge rating. Just to give you an idea, these are the uh, average scores, or average maximum and minimum scores of universities in various parameters and on the overall performance as well. These are the scores of colleges. If we talk about the participating institutions, we are doing it for more than 100 universities and colleges. We have published 70 plus results already. You can probably go to our website igauge.in to get a detailed understanding about the ratings obtained by various universities and colleges. This list is just for the purpose of reference only. You can find a detailed list on the website, which I just mentioned. Apart from QS iGauge rating, we also do the subject-wise rating of universities and colleges. So if you are a college which is providing courses only in education, like B.Ed, M.Ed programs, you can probably opt for education subject rating, or if you are in engineering college, you can probably opt for an engineering subject rating as well. Likewise, if you are a university, then you may have different departments offering different kind of programs. So this option is also available for you, whereas you can assess the performance of a particular department or faculty of the university, and then accordingly take the corrective measures basis on the scorecard that we are going to provide you at the end of the audit process. E-lead certification is another certificate which will add credibility to your claims of being ready for handling the corona pandemic, and your uh, efforts of continuing with the academic activities during the corona pandemic as well. This was launched last year again, and we have 50 plus universities and colleges which are certified by E-lead, and they are conveying that to the market. Our recent initiative is that of QS IGAUGE school ratings, which I think is again one of its kind initiative that we have in India. We don't have any national level private independent initiative, an organization which is doing the audit and rating of schools, particularly K-12 schools. There are lots of ranking agencies though, but then again, rankings are a different thing altogether. Here, the ratings, QSI gauge ratings, can help you in understanding where do you stand at this point of time, and what are the measures which you need to take to reach where you want to reach basis on the strategic goals and objectives that you may have. It again is aligned to NEP. It certainly empowers the stakeholders and will help in the overall brand presence, because you are going to be aligned with QS as a brand, and certainly a tool for continuous improvement of the institute. Very comprehensive audit prepares you for future, and it is again on the lines of be it the rankings and ratings of QS. It's a rigorous evaluation that we do for all of them. Post audit branding, these are just some of the examples. I'll quickly run through it because I'm sure institutions, colleges, universities know it extremely well how to actually use it in marketing and branding. These are some of the examples. Time to time we keep conducting such events and keep inviting people from academia, from corporate, and parents as well to deliberate on various points and topics. Institutions also use it extensively in all of their outreach efforts, be it the newspaper advertisements or their websites, or even visiting cards, etc., and then the articles which are being published. We also make continuous outreach efforts to the students as well, because eventually everything is meant for the students. We want to provide them a platform by providing independent and unbiased information about the higher education institutions as well as K-12 schools, so that they can make informed choices when it comes to selecting the institutions for their wards. These are some of the client testimonials. We have done it for Andhra Pradesh state government as well. 7 of the state government universities were rated by us, and we are in the process of doing it for many more. So in brief, I've covered what QSI gauge rating is all about, but we are always open to listen from you, and we are certainly be available for connecting one-to-one with any institute whosoever is interested in taking part in any of the QSI gauge rating. Thank you. That's it from my side. Over to
Thank
you,
you, Mr.
Suchishmita.
Sachin.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Sachin, for such comprehensive presentation that highlighted the processes of various ratings that are offered by QS IGAUGE. So, before we conclude, I would like to take this opportunity to extend my gratitude to QS IGAUGE, Purnima University, and NIMS University for coming together for today's event and making it a big success. I also thank all our speakers and presenters for sharing their valuable insights with us today. And a sincere thanks to all our audience for joining us. Those joining us on YouTube, do subscribe to our channel QS iGauge to get updates on our next RISE conference, which is the Madhya Pradesh edition. Thank you and have a great day.